two, one. All right. What up, folks? Once again, it is indeed your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. Busy news day. I cannot state that any stronger. Today is a very busy news day, just simply due to the fact that President Trump had a news conference. Now, I'm going to play a few clips. I do want you folks to hear a few clips of some of the things that were stated by President-elect Trump, and we'll certainly go from there. I want to make sure I'm mirroring my camera here for TikTok. Now, January 6th came up. Obviously, January 6th was yesterday. So for folks, I don't want to talk about that anymore. That was brought up today. But in addition to J6, um, we had the notion that the Gulf of Mexico was improperly named. Obviously, Greenland, Canada, Mexico, all of that came up as well. We're not going to cover Greenland and Canada and Mexico as strongly because we've covered it before. I'm just going to say it's amazing at how quick the news evolves with President Trump. For us political junkies, it is a reason to be gleeful, even if you disagree with what Trump may be doing or how you feel about Trump. I gotta say, he does really keep politics interesting because he says or does something that is brand new every damn day. And today is no exception. So I want to get to a couple clips. I think these are worthy of discussing. The first clip, because he was asked, does he intend to pardon violent protesters from the January 6th protests? Now, people keep, like I said, for my MAGA viewers, my beloved MAGA viewers, I'm going to have this as an uncensored program as always. So I'm sure I'll get chastised and challenged by many of you. Free speech. You can be critical of the host. I don't give a damn if you have a adverse opinion. State how you feel in the comments and we'll tackle it, even if it's unfavorable. I'm about free speech. But this program addressing Trump's press conference is going to probably have a hell of a lot of people yelling out TDS, Trump derangement syndrome, because he said a lot. I mean, Biden is gone. Let's just be clear. Biden, even though Biden is still the president for about 2 more weeks, he may as well have disappeared. Election day, November 4th or whatever it was, election day, Trump became president. Biden has essentially been, gone ever since that day. And every single day closer to inauguration day, Trump's presence in power has gotten stronger and stronger. I think today's press conference, Biden almost damn need to resign right now. I mean, Trump is pretty much pulling the strings already. But I want you to hear this. He was asked if he wants to pardon, if he intends to pardon violent January 6th protesters. And for you folks wondering why I keep bringing this up, it's because it keeps coming up. It's coming up in the news. It's coming up from Trump. January 6th keeps coming up. It's not Trump derangement syndrome. Damn it, is what's in the news. This is what continues to come up. Trump sent out a social media picture yesterday of the opening actions on January 6, 2021. He took to social media himself and sent out pictures, peaceful pictures, not the climbing of the wall and busting windows, but peaceful pictures of January 6, 2021 were sent out on Trump's social media account. But I want you to hear this. This is the response of whether he's going to pardon violent protesters once he becomes president. Okay, I'm going to have to make sure my device is turned on first. All right, okay, let me make sure
Looking at it, that's why NATO has money. And the Secretary General said it was the most incredible thing he had ever seen in a negotiation. Now, if I would have said, yes, we will, nobody would have paid. If I would have loved to say, yes, we'll protect you, even if you don't.
I'm about 20 seconds earlier on where I tried to cue it up, so bear with me. I got to get the actual spot because that's the question that was asked before this. So I want to make sure I don't play anything unnecessary. It's real hard to line up the times on this thing, but here goes.
Charged with violent offenses.
Well, we're looking at it, and we have other people in there. And as you see, I guess 24 or 28 people came now from the FBI. That came out very quietly. Nobody reported it, but they had people in some form related to the FBI. They had 4 or 5 people that were strongly related to the FBI. We have to find out about that. We have to find out about Hezbollah. We have to find out about who exactly was in that whole thing, because people that did some bad things were not prosecuted. You know, I see it all the time, and you see it too. People that were doing some bad things weren't prosecuted, and people that didn't even walk into the building are in jail right now. So we'll be looking at the whole thing, but
So right off the bat, I want to ask that question. Now, he was asked, is he going to pardon violent offenders? And in addition to saying he's going to look into it, he stated that people who did not even walk into the building are in jail right now. So the question becomes obvious. I did a live on this earlier, or better yet, a YouTube short, TikTok short. Who the hell is in jail right now that did not even walk into the building? Who is he talking about? Now, I've been asking all over social media. Appreciate that, Den Cow. Shout out to you. Thank you for the support, starting the program off. Who is President Trump referring to that is being punished for what took place that day that did not even walk into the building? Who is he talking about? Now, I asked on my social media platforms, does anybody have a single name of anyone that they've heard that is serving time for what took place on January 6th that did not even walk into the building? Just for clarity, here it is again.
To each other. First, you said on your first day of office, you're going to pardon January 6th defendants. Are you planning to pardon those who were charged with violent offenses?
Well, we're looking at it, and we have other people in there. And as you see, I guess 24 or 28 people came now from the FBI. That came out very quietly. Nobody reported it, but they had people in some form related to the FBI. They had 4 or 5 people that were strongly related to the FBI. We have to find out about that. We have to find out about Hezbollah. We have to find out about who exactly was in that whole thing, because people that did some bad things were not prosecuted. You know, I see it all the time, and you see it too. People that were doing some bad things weren't prosecuted, and people that didn't even walk into the building are in jail right now. So we'll be looking.
Who's he talking about? So let me know in the comments if somebody has any name. I get a lot of folks that responded by saying he needs to pardon everybody. Look, I understand that he's likely going to meet your wish. A lot of pardons are going to be thrown down. But who is he talking about that essentially got locked up for doing absolutely nothing at all? Where is that coming from? Now, in my video, I asked, is there somebody that has a name, or is he pulling this out of his ass? Who got locked up for doing nothing wrong at all? How does that case work? I'd be curious to know. But in addition to that, that's certainly one thing we're going to be talking about, because I want to know who has a name for who the hell he's talking about. Now, this second video, this one here is about 50 seconds long, and I think this is probably even worse than what I just played you, because this one here is a subject that we have actually covered fairly extensively on this platform. But what he said today really leaves the mind baffled. Now, it's baffling because this is on video. I'll let the video kind of speak for itself, though.
2 weeks, all hell will break out in the Middle East. Okay?
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. You've
President.
done a great job.
Thank you.
More than 140 police officers were injured by rioters on January 6th. Will you pardon anyone who attacked a police officer?
Well, you know, the only one that was killed was a beautiful young lady named Ashley Babbitt. She was killed, and there was actually somebody else that was killed, also a MAGA person, but people don't give it 100% credibility. I'm going to find out about it, and we're going to find out. But Ashley Babbitt was killed. She was shot. She should have never been shot. She was shot for no reason whatsoever. In fact, they say that she was trying to hold back the crowd, and the crowd was made up of a lot of different people, so we'll see. But I will tell you.
And I'm going to stop it. You know, we have shown the footage of when Ashley Babbitt lost her life many times over. Many times over. She was trying to hold back the crowd. It's on video. So I do want to hear from you folks because, as opposed to suggesting this is Trump derangement syndrome or some liberal who don't know what the hell he's talking about, maybe somebody, particularly my beloved MAGA, maybe you can actually cue in as to what was happening. She was trying to hold back the crowd. He does know this is on video, right? Now, many folks believe that Ashley was a unjustifiable shooter. We can debate that if you want. We've done it 100 times. But the idea that she was trying to hold back the crowd, did you see any evidence of that at all? I mean, she literally had the last moments of her life caught on film. What is leading him to say she was trying to hold back the crowd? Wow. So I don't know. So I'm going to go with you guys and see if you can maybe help me understand that, because I still am so surprised that he would even say that, considering how easy it is to bring up clips of that. I just honestly, I don't know why he would say that. I mean, there's clips of her last moments in life. And the idea that she was trying to hold back the crowd is something I want to hear from you folks. And last but not least, this one here, I do believe Trump is serious about this. I'm going to play another last clip before we start taking callers and dealing with the comment section and all that. And by the way, tap the screen. Certainly get the likes up to about 10,000 if that's possible for you folks that are tuned in on TikTok. Feel free to tap the screen, help get the likes up, and smash that like button on YouTube vertical, YouTube horizontal. This is the last one. You've probably heard this one undoubtedly several times already because it's fairly controversial. Trump is he's no stranger to controversy, but today, this whole speech, goddamn, there were so many things in this. Like I said, I could have about 8 topics, about 8 different topics on what he did in this hour and a half, or what he said in this hour and a half speech, or so hour speech, or whatever it was. But I'm gonna do 3 just to keep the damn program consistent. I could probably create a couple other live streams, but I want you to hear this one is 1 minute, 1 second long, and you've probably heard it, but there is some discussion to be had about some of the follow-up in this.
And we're going to be announcing a future date pretty soon. We're going to change, because we do most of the work there and it's ours. We're going to be changing, sort of the opposite of Biden, where he's closing everything up, essentially getting rid of 50 to 60 trillion dollars worth of assets. We're going to be changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, which has a beautiful ring that covers a lot of territory. The Gulf of America, what a beautiful name. And it's appropriate. It's appropriate. And Mexico has to stop allowing millions of people to pour into our country. They can stop them. And we're going to put very serious tariffs on Mexico and Canada, because Canada, they come through Canada too. And the drugs that are coming through are at record numbers. So we're going to make up for that by putting tariffs on Mexico and Canada.
Okay, now he's right about drugs and things like that coming in through by way of Mexico. And by the way, Alter Ego, shout out to you. Appreciate the subscription. Thank you, Alter Ego. Certainly a friend of the program. I appreciate that. But he is correct about some of the some of the underworld does flow into this country through Mexico, through the southern border. What I don't like though is he never discusses the huge demand for that shit in America. I mean, it's just like they're just flooding our country with fentanyl and all of this shit. And there's nobody here that wants it at all. He just never discusses that. I don't like that, because it wouldn't come into this country if there wasn't a demand for it. You don't hear any stories about Mexico flooding Honduras with cocaine or fentanyl. They can't afford it. The demand isn't there. The demand is here. He don't talk about that. But in regards to him stating that he wants to change the Gulf of Mexico and rename it the Gulf of America, did you hear the reasoning he gave? He stated, we do the most work there and it is ours. So because we do the most work in the Gulf of Mexico, that makes it out. I mean, this is, for lack of a better phrase, this is a God-given body of water. How do you get to? It borders multiple areas. Doesn't the Gulf of Mexico kind of also flow out into the Caribbean or maybe Cuba? How does it, just because you do the most work there, and it's not like the United States are doing the most work in the Gulf because all these other countries that border it are begging the United States took upon its own for its own military security to do the most work in the Gulf of Mexico. How did they get to claim the name of a body of water? I don't, like I said, I like to hear from you folks, but do you favor this? Do you think this is something? This is a good idea. Maybe you support Trump with what he's saying. We do the most work there. It's ours. We're going to rename it the Gulf of America. And how about the idea that it has a nice ring to it? Fentanyl, not fentanyl. 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 Okay, Moogly. Fentanyl, NYL, not fentanyl. Okay. All right. Thank you for the correction. I did say no, didn't I? Okay. Like alcohol. Okay. Fentanyl. Fentanyl. NYL. All right. Looking at the comments, and I'll continue on with the program. Straight out looking in the comments, indeed, things get renamed all the time. 10th Street in my city got, yeah, but you don't name big ass large bodies of water, do you? When was the last time a body of water the size of the Gulf of Mexico got renamed? I mean, naming a street and compare. I mean, that's just something that goes through one town. You're naming something that is internationally known. It's on the damn globe. So all of the globes around the world, all of a sudden they got the wrong name on them. That's way different. I suppose when Yugoslavia fell and they had to rename it or something. I mean, that's what this is. This is a major body of water. And he's just changing it because, well, the United States does more in it. I mean, just think about it. The Persian Gulf was named after Persia. That's not around anymore. Should they rename the Persian Gulf? Should Minnesota, Wisconsin, Illinois, Iowa, Missouri, Arkansas, Tennessee, Kentucky, should they all complain that the Mississippi River doesn't give them any recognition at all? Why should it only be named after Mississippi? We're all using it. We're all doing something for the Mississippi River. Why does only Mississippi get credit for it? I mean, I don't know where this could go. I just think it was kind of funny to say we do more, so we should just. I'm sure that when it comes to the Mississippi River, the state of Mississippi ain't doing more than all of those other states combined. I don't know. Should we change the Mississippi River? Looking in the comments, these are all distractions, Tim. We should be focused on the bigger issues. Well, alter ego, it really depends on every individual person for what's considered to be a bigger issue. I've said during the election time, voting based on not wanting a transgender woman to play for a boys sports team, that wasn't a bigger issue to me. I've said before, over 99% of Americans are not dealing with that at all, yet they were voting on it. So when you say vote for the bigger issue, it depends on what's big to you. What's most concerning in your life may be completely irrelevant to someone else. And thank you folks for tapping the screen, going straight to the box. We'll start the program out. Renaming the Gulf of Mexico. Wow. Dencal, good evening. Welcome to the program, Dencal. Jesus wants to peg you. Shout out to the LGBT community. It says acid APAS. Okay, Dencal, good evening.
Good evening. Good evening.
Hey, so what do you think? You think it's, favorable to America? You think that's a good idea to rename it the Gulf of America?
And before I get into that, I just want to say one quick thing about some of the MAGA people who used to get on here before the election and everything and say, "You got Trump derangement syndrome. What are you going to do after he's elected?" As if you were not going to have material from day freaking one.
And I told him that. I actually told him that. And by the way, even if Trump had a loss, he was going to be trolling Biden. Trump was not going anywhere, and I made that clear. But yeah, if he wins, you're going to get. Biden would never spend an hour. Well, he probably wouldn't spend an hour in front of the cameras, period. But he's certainly not going to spend an hour in front of the camera saying all kinds of wild, controversial shit like that. So yeah, you're going to get way more content out of a Trump victory than
Right.
Kamala Harris or Biden winning.
Right. So back to that first question. It was about him renaming the Gulf.
Yes.
That is, from my perspective, that's totally that's colonizers' mentality.
Ooh.
That when you're the most powerful, you get to just change names. You get to, you get to do whatever you want. You get to, you get to manipulate society into what you believe it is. There's no other way that this man is talking about changing. Like we do the most in about every ocean in the world because we've colonized everything. We got Navy running around. We do most of, so it shouldn't be the Atlantic Ocean. It should be the American Ocean on both sides. We do the most on the Pacific.
That's a great.
We do the most. We do the most in the Red Sea right now. Should we call it the Red, White, and Blue Sea now? Because we do the most in it. That's colonizer mentality to just be thinking. And then when you ask the people like alter ego, and they say, "Oh, it's not such a big deal. You guys are just concentrating on the wrong thing." Everything does not revolve around us. And when he starts talking about, I'm going to just take the Panama Canal, he's starting to talk like a fascist dictator.
I did a video.
When we call him that, they say, well, he's not going to do any of that stuff. Well, right now, he's talking about it. He's talking about, we getting ready to announce, like he's getting ready to make a presidential declaration that we're going to change the whole name of a body of fucking water because he wants to.
It's interesting you say that of how he's acting like a fascist dictator. I made a video today, and that's one of the kind of things I started out in the beginning of saying. I'm like, I know folks are going to not like this, but he is acting like 1930s Germany, where they're just coming up and making up reasons for why everybody is a threat to national security. I mean, the same way we view the immigrants here, they viewed the Jewish people there. They were viewing certain countries, like we talking about Greenland, we need that country for our own security. He was saying the same things back then. I mean, there is a lot of similarities.
Right, talking about taking away stuff from sovereign countries. Like, that's the whole reason why we're fighting for Ukraine is because somebody tried to invade their sovereignty, which we agreed by the UN and NATO a long time ago that was not allowed.
Yeah. But let me ask you this now, because Trump ran on the campaign of America First and getting us out of, overseas wars and not sending money overseas. It sure sounds like he got a whole lot of international affairs planned for somebody who's only going to focus on America, does it not?
Everywhere he's telling the whole Middle East how he's going to rain down terror on all of them. And if the hostages are not released, that is, I mean, it sounds good in theory. But what happens when they decide, well, we just going to unalive all of these people because we believe in our religion and whatever it is, and we just don't care. So we're willing to, they're willing to blow themselves up. Of course, they're willing to go ahead and unalive. So what happens then? Do we blame him for putting that ultimatum on him?
We ain't gonna blame Trump for none. Let's be clear. We're not gonna blame Trump for shit. No matter Trump is. I mean, I hate to say it, but Trump is kind of like God. If you pray for him to say your relative and he does, you give him credit. If your relative died, well, thank God for calling him home. No matter what happens, we're gonna find a way that is positive if Trump is involved in it.
Right, and that's the craziest thing to me because they say it with conviction.
Yeah.
But the moment he changes his mind, their conviction changes too.
Yeah, that is absolutely true.
On 1 minute they say, "Look, you're looking too deep into it," and then when we try to ignore them, they say, "Look, you got to listen to what he's saying." Like, which one do you want us to do? We listening to what he's saying. We're reacting off of what the man says. Yeah, then we got a derangement syndrome. Yeah. We got the syndrome.
Yeah, it's almost like you gotta have a MAGA translator. It's like you take somebody who's only been in lily white America to the deep hood or maybe even Louisiana somewhere, and you gotta translate what these people are saying to that person. That's what MAGA is almost like a translator for Trump.
Like the Geechees down there in Louisiana.
Yeah.
We gotta have like patois,
Yeah, exactly. You gotta have a MAGA translator to understand when he's.
You just don't understand when he says take sovereign pieces of land and oceans. He really means
Yeah.
It's just a distraction to own the libs.
Yeah, yeah, because folks are saying his notion about taking Canada as a 51st state. Well, that's just a joke. I'm like, I don't see anybody in Canada laughing at that. Nope, not one
Right.
Canadian has been on TV laughing about that.
And all of that stuff he's been talking about Canada has forced dang on Trudeau to step down.
Well, a lot of Americans are happy about that, particularly MAGA, because he's a left-leaning politician. So MAGA's happy to see Canada that may be going for, at least, if not center, going further to the right by getting Trudeau to
I
step
don't
down.
think that that's what they're going. I think that he was put in a bad situation just like most countries due to C-19, and his economy just hasn't recovered like ours. So he's in a bad position because people are, they're clamoring for lower prices and all of this stuff. And us as American, we are able to withstand those types of things better than them. So now they crying over there because they see Americans crying over about our economy, even though our economy is doing 10 times better than theirs.
Yeah.
So he's between a rock and a hard place. So he's just going to step down because he can't win.
Yeah. Well, and that's what it does appear. Now, when you were mentioning also about Trump making threats in the Middle East if those hostages are not released, I wanted to read a comment because Sid said, Tim, it doesn't matter what side of the aisle wins. AIPAC and Israel are the president of the United States. Ask yourself why they allowed the genocide in Palestine. Israel owns the United States. Do you see Israel owning us? I mean, to the point where we are pretty much going to do whatever they ask?
No, not with Trump, because Trump he's transactional. Like if they're saying something that's complimentary to him, he'll be okay with it. But when he gets you in a leverage position, he'll sell you out with the quickness.
You think he would do that to Benjamin Netanyahu though?
Oh yeah, oh yeah. If
Really?
Benjamin ain't doing exactly what he tell him to, it could have started out as a mutual relationship. But right now, even the stuff with Putin is over there saying, "Well, hold your horses, man."
Yeah.
Well, hold your horses, and he's saying a lot of stuff because now he realized he's in that position where he doesn't have to worry about the American justice system anymore because he's got control of it. So now he can pretty much do whatever. He's got everybody in Congress, on his side, that are willing to say, we don't care about anything we used to support it back in the day.
Wow.
There is no more Republican Party. There's no more conservative. There's no more none of that stuff. Tea Party. Everything is Trump. And he knows it. So now, from my perspective, he's going to utilize that position now.
But
He couldn't before.
with the notion that everything is Trump, is that something is that the way things are going to be in your opinion, or is that something that's only going to be around for 4 years?
No, it's not going to even be around for 4 years. It's like he's going to do something that's going to be so extreme that I think this country, not his MAGA, not his solid 30 to 35%.
MAGA ain't going nowhere, is what you're saying.
They ain't going nowhere.
Okay.
But the rest, the other 60, 65, he's going to do. He's already doing too much. All of this coming out today, talking about shit that ain't got nothing to do with nothing, talking about bodies of water, and he's just going, everybody's just all back.
Well,
everybody in the Middle East has got hell to pay, and
yeah, but here, let me give you one more before I move it on from you. This is one more that I think is even that I mean, like I said, there's so much that came out of his press conference. You can't even fit it all in one discussion. But his counterpart, Elon Musk, also got on social media, and he stated. And he asked the question, should America liberate the people of Britain? Now Elon Musk is talking about taking over Britain. He doesn't like the leadership in Britain, so he took to social media and asked, should America liberate the people of Britain?
Well, look, I talked to you the other day, and I don't know if you remember me saying it, but he told Prince Charles to get rid of the Parliament.
What are we doing, man?
Huh?
What are we on, the world conquest? I mean, like I said, this sounds exactly like 1930s Germany. You got about a half dozen countries right now. Like, damn, the U.S. may be over here soon.
Right. And we started out the conversation with what? America first. Let's look inward. Let's help ourselves. Now we got this unelected bureaucrat, Elon Musketeer out here, why do we need to hear what Elon Musk thinks about international affairs? Why do we need to put that in our political lexicon like he gets to decide? He's an immigrant.
Well, apparently he's bought his way into U.S. politics and to the upper echelons of it. So it looks like Elon Musk. You think that? Go ahead.
He said he can't be bought. He's got too much money. That's what he told us. Remember?
Yeah, Trump said that, did he not? Yeah, and you see what happened.
Well, I'm not sure that MAGA believes is happening. They believe they're just close friends and they both want to make America great.
If Elon Musk did not give Trump $450 million or whatever, he would not be where he's at. That dude bought his way into that spot. I don't think that's even up for debate. And folks seen the success of Elon, and here comes Jeff Bezos today, Mark Zuckerberg. They realize this motherfucker is open. This guy's for sale. I mean, they're realizing it. These millionaires are sure this dude is for sale. They're showing up, giving money away.
Did you see old Zuckerberg today bend the knee? And he couldn't help but end the conversation with the help of Trump.
Wearing a watch. His watch is all over social media. The watch he had on during that interview, $900,000 he paid for that.
A penny, not even a quarter of a penny to that man.
Yeah. And I mean, they are making it look like Trump's administration is for sale. I mean, all these rich folks showing up. You know, all these folks ain't just giving Trump money out of the kindness of their fucking heart. These dudes have realized that if you throw enough money his way, he'll throw shit back your way.
Or either he'll leave you alone. That's even better. He'll just leave you alone.
Which is essentially the same thing. Yeah, it's the same thing.
He's gonna change it. He said he's going to change his content, whatever, moderators and stuff. That's the same language that Trump said. He don't even have to do it. Yeah. If he just say it, Trump will leave him alone.
And he put Dana White, the head of the UFC, which is Trump's buddy, put him on in regards to whether they'll fact check or whatever. He gave Dana White. Now, Dana White is over the UFC. What the hell has he got to do with Facebook other than to be able to go back and tell Trump, yeah, he's doing what he promised? I got to move on, Cal, but are you seeing it like me that the administration, at least to some degree, may be for sale?
Look, what I'm looking forward to is on the 20th. I'm looking for on the 20th because one of the guys from Fox News said he's got insider information that there's going to be a lot of shock and awe on January 20th.
From Fox News?
Yeah, they've been told by the people in Trump administration that there's going to be shock and awe on his first day. So he's going to be putting down some executive orders. He was going to be doing some shit.
I mean, did he really have to tell us that we can't? I mean, everything Trump has been promising is supposed to happen on day one. If you don't know that's going to equate to shock and awe, I don't think you even need a Fox News guy to tell you that. I mean,
but I think they're talking about stuff beyond what we normally hear and think.
I know I'll be tuned in, man. I may actually take off work and be on here fucking live. I gotta go.
I just tell you, I haven't been looking at mainstream media. I just been seeing here and there what Trump has been saying, and I'm like, because that shit is stressful, man, to listen to that shit every fucking day for years and years and years. And it's just like too much for me. I mean, I'm gonna hear the stuff from here and there, but man, this dude is about to really change the whole world.
Yeah. Well, in the words of the late singer Karen Carpenter, we've only just begun. Cal, appreciate you coming through.
All right, take care.
All right. And how many other folks are like my last caller, Cal? How many of you folks kind of tuned out a little bit, kind of zoning out because it is maybe too stressful, or maybe you just getting news overload? I mean, this is how Trump operates. I mean, we already knew Whether you favor Trump or whether you don't like Trump, it doesn't matter. You already know Trump is going to appear on the media a lot more than Biden. And it ain't necessarily just, as some people might say, Trump derangement syndrome. It's kind of what Trump wants. Trump wants to be on the news and in in the headlines as much as possible. So he kind of wants that. So you already know you're going to get media overload with Trump because he adores the attention. So have some of you other folks began to tune out because it's just too much? Or like one of my viewers said, Homer Simpson said that Trump is coming across as reckless in this second term. And he said Trump is moving reckless this second term. Too many new friends. Yeah, and these are loyalists. I don't even know if they're friends. These are people that are coming along simply for personal gain. I don't think all of these folks believe that Trump has the best vision for America or even care about us and consider themselves patriots. A lot of these folks are riding along with Trump simply for the purpose of personal gain. It's like a bunch of Ted Cruzes or Lindsey Grahams that are actually in the White House. They don't all like him. They're doing it for personal gain. I believe there's a lot of folks orbiting around Trump. What Mark Zuckerberg did today is a perfect example of that. Perfect example of someone that is operating under the mantra of, if you can't beat them, join them. So he's working with Trump simply because it will give him personal gain. As my last caller said, he'll stop fucking with him. He'll stop messing with him. And that will obviously translate into a lot of money and wealth for Zuckerberg. Look at the comments. Ed G says, when those same guys were throwing at the Dems, you guys were quiet. Well, which guys are you talking about? Other than Zuckerberg, who else was throwing towards the Dems? I mean, Elon Musk was never really in a camp for Democrats. The only thing that made Elon Musk sound like a Democrat is he created an alternative fuel vehicle. He never was a Democrat. So who else are you talking about? Zuckerberg was in the camp for the Democrats, but everybody else, they never were for the Democrats anyway. Going to the box. And Trump ain't shit. What is that? It says Trump ain't shit. Media 3. Oh, he's a media hoe. Yeah, like I said, Will Smith. Will G, I absolutely do agree with you. Trump is the definition of what you might refer to as a media hoe. I mean, he likes to be in the media. He absolutely adores that. I don't want to hear the other side before we continue on. MAGA reacts. Good evening, MAGA. Renaming the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. MAGA reacts. What say you?
I think it should be called the Gulf of Florida, Texas.
What about Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama? They're all on the Gulf.
They don't count. Only Florida and Texas. The biggest economy in the world.
Why don't they count? New Orleans is one of the...
I'm joking, obviously.
Okay.
I don't really care.
Because New Orleans is one of the biggest cities down there. So, but what do you think about renaming the Gulf of Mexico?
It's a funny thing to think about, but, how serious is he? He's not going to go to war over it. And also, you guys make it sound like we're going to go to war with Canada. No, if Canada becomes a state, they're going to choose to join us like Texas chose to join us. And a lot of people are actually interested, but it's the same way with, when California talks about leaving the United States, it's shit people talk about that'll probably never happen.
The leadership a lot of people are interested, you say. The leadership of Canada is not going to join America. I mean, you're not going to get enough people in that country to want to become a part of America. You might have a few people here and there. I think Trump tweeted out a picture, got on social media and sent out a picture of some Greenland citizens wearing MAGA hats. You could find American citizens that would favor us becoming part of Canada, but that's not the actual mindset of the country, though.
I mean, how are we going to know until we ask? Until they actually have a vote on it, like Brexit and all that shit. We didn't think UK was going to leave the European Union until they actually voted on it, and we found out how the people feel.
Do you think... how does Canada benefit from that?
You combine, first of all, they get all our resources, all our power. They get lower taxes for the Canadians. They get
How,
better,
wait,
more free
wait.
trade between the two
Hold on.
countries.
When you say lower taxes, you do realize one of the main reasons why we can give tax cuts in this country is because we don't have anywhere near the social programs that most other first world countries have. They got universal health care and a lot of programs in place in Canada, and you're not going to be able to get them tax cuts while they're giving that stuff out. So are they going to join America to get a tax cut and give up all these freebies they're used to getting?
I mean, they might have to. I mean, maybe they could work it out because even here in America, we have states that have their own social programs that the whole country doesn't have. I mean, that's the beauty of America. You get your own, you get to be independent, yet part of the 50 states or, part of the whole country as a whole. So you get a little bit of both. So if they want to keep their social infrastructure and they want to keep paying high taxes for it, they can. If they want to lower their taxes and do it the American way, they can too. They have independence when it comes to certain things, and they don't when they when.
Yeah, but do they want to send their kids to school knowing that they may get shot while in class, or the violence that's on American streets? Do they really want to be like America?
Well, you think a bunch of Americans are going to go to Canada and shoot up their
No,
schools?
if they
be Canada.
No, if they become the 51st state, they're going to suddenly start pretty much. They're going to have our Second Amendment rights, so citizens are going to be armed there. And of course, if a citizen can be armed, so can the criminals. I mean, that's how it works in America. I mean, so all of a sudden, Canada is likely to start becoming a more violent country. I mean, that's just what's going to happen.
It's one of those things that unless you got a time machine, we won't know. Hopefully, I mean, let's say they have less mental illness than us, then we'll find out if it's really mental illness or if it's really the weapons that create the violence.
If Canada becomes one of our states, they're going to absorb all of the good things of America and the bad things of America. That's just kind of how it works. Whether it's bad food, like Kennedy is talking about, all of that's going to become part of their country as well. You don't see that? Maybe hang on a second. I may have to switch over. I think my Wi-Fi just went down. Give me a second can you hear me?
Hey, I can hear you.
Yeah,
you.
I had to switch over to cell. My Wi-Fi went down for some damn reason. Okay, so but you do realize by switching over, they take on all of the bad qualities of America as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's on them to decide, like, the pros and cons, like any other decision, like getting married, like anything,
I want to play something for
you. You have to take the good and the bad.
Yeah, it sounds like the facts of life. I want to play something for you. We've talked about this before, but damn, this is Trump again from today's meeting. And I mean, in addition to renaming the Gulf of Mexico and all this other crazy shit he said, this clip here, I just want to get your opinion on it because I don't know what else to say about it. What did I get this? 45 seconds. Give me a minute to cue this up.
Take your time.
This is Trump from earlier today.
Thank you. You've done a great job. Thank you.
More than 140 police officers were injured by rioters on January 6th. Will you pardon anyone who attacked a police officer?
Well, the only one that was killed was a beautiful young lady named Ashley Babbitt. She was killed, and there was actually somebody else that was killed, also a MAGA person, but people don't give it 100% credibility. I'm going to find out about it. We're going to find out. But Ashley Babbitt was killed. She was shot. She should have never been shot. She was shot for no reason whatsoever. In fact, they say that she was trying to hold back the crowd, and the crowd.
No, that's on video. What is he talking about?
Yeah, I don't know. When he does shit like that, I'm hoping at best he's countering misinformation with misinformation, but no, he's talking at his ass. You probably never watched the video.
So you're admitting that that's a blatant lie.
Yeah, I mean, even he says, sometimes we have to fight their misinformation with misinformation. Because
really?
People, especially with January 6th, there's so much like bad shit, wrong shit going around that sometimes you're like, fuck it. If they're going to misinform people, we have to counter it.
Yeah, but why would you counter something that is so easily disproven? This ain't something you can say, and they gotta really go do all kinds of research. I mean, there's a quick minute video that you can dig up on YouTube. You literally could fact check him before he's done talking about that. It's that easy to do it. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of shit said about him that you could do the same, yet people tend to not do that. People just repeat the lie. I mean,
so at the end of the day, what you're saying is he is no longer going to be any more honest than anybody else. I mean, he's gonna if people lie, he's going to be doing it from the seal of the president. So our president now is going to be operating from a position of fake news.
It depends on what he lies about. He doesn't lie. Like, he lies about BS exaggerating shit.
He's lying about a woman that she died. She died. He's lying about a woman that died.
I mean, what is he saying? All he's saying is she might have helped hold back the crowd, which she was trying to rush through a door, so she was not trying to hold back anybody. But most people haven't even watched that video to know that. But he's not like lying and saying she was, trying to protect police from the mob. He's not, he's not trying to paint her as, a saint or anything.
Yes, he is. He's trying to make it. He is trying to paint her as a. He's trying to say that there was a violent mob going on that day, and out of that bad crowd, Ashley Babbitt was one of the good ones trying to prevent it from happening.
He's not trying to say she's like secretly FBI or something, and it was a plant or anything crazy like that. It's just a little white lie to make her look
white lie
better.
on a dead woman. He's trying to use that. To me, you know what he sounds like when you see some of these African Americans that you guys say that if they had just complied, when all of a sudden the crowd is pissed off at the cops, and then you see the body cam footage, and it was a verifiably justifiable shoot. The guy was a bad guy, and he had what was coming to him. But the mom is like, well, my boy was a good old boy and he never did nothing. Trump sounds like that. He sounds like that mom said, my boy was a good old boy and he never did nothing wrong. He is sounding exactly like that.
You're 100% correct.
Okay.
I agree.
You're making it easy for me. Let me go to the next clip.
Because I know you're going to get me in some of these black holes about stuff that doesn't even matter. Like, I got to avoid your black holes,
He didn't have to bring Ashley Babbitt's name up. He did not have to even go there with that.
Someone brought up, cops that were hurt that day, and he was trying to change the subject because he didn't want to answer that question.
But she didn't ask him about Ashley Babbitt, though. She said about violent protests and things. She didn't ask him nothing about Ashley Babbitt. And for him to go ahead and elaborate and keep talking on it like that and come up with that bullshit, I mean, everybody, like I said, that is so easy to fact check.
Yeah, but he dodged the question, so his goal was accomplished.
I don't know if he dodged the question.
But is he if he's gonna exonerate or pardon people who attack cops? He didn't answer the question at all.
So he dodged that question.
We're not even talking about the question.
So he dodged the question and told a blatant lie, and you consider that a win?
It's a white lie.
Somebody died. How is it a white lie? He's lying about how somebody was actually killed.
What did he lie about? Her actions, like saying that she was a little nicer than she was.
No. Like he is trying to suggest that the cop performed an unjustifiable shoot by saying my boy was a good old my boy ain't did nothing wrong. He was a deacon in the church.
So now we're talking about different things. I was talking about her just holding the crowd back. As far as whether that that unaliving was justified or not, that's a whole different argument. Again, I don't want to debate that again with you. We've already been down that road.
Yeah, I'm just simply saying he's trying to suggest that she was she was an upstanding citizen. He starts out with she was a beautiful woman, and she was trying to hold. I mean, he's trying to make it sound like the cops took out the wrong woman because this was just a lady trying to do what was right. Like I said, my boy was a good son. He never did nothing wrong. He was about to join the church. That's what he sounds like.
That's the part I agree with. I agree with all that. The only thing I'm considering a lie is the part where he said she was trying to hold back the crowd. That was the only thing he said that I think is a lie.
Okay,
she was a U.S. soldier. She, protected our country and our Constitution her entire life, and And she was just going through a door when she got hit from the side.
But what is the fact that she, you know something?
Weapons.
What the hell does the fact that she was a soldier trying to protect the Constitution? Damn it, the guy in New Orleans that ran over 14 people was a soldier that was in the military. He did the same thing as Ashley Babbitt. He served. He was a veteran. We don't talk about that, do we? We don't give him credit.
He had hate in his heart and he was trying to hurt people. She was just trying to protest an unfair election.
Yo, she's climbing through a window, MAGA.
He wasn't trying to hurt anybody.
How do you know?
Run over that guy that shot her, that unalived her from the side.
How do you know?
Literally going through a window.
How do you know she wasn't trying to hurt anybody? She didn't get a chance to hurt anybody. If you're climbing through a window, you're not doing that to hug him.
It's like shooting that guy when he's parked. How did we know he was going to run over 14 people when he was just parked? At that point, he was an innocent man. And when he ran him over, that's a different story. I mean, are we going to do like Minority Report and arrest
MAGA, wait.
crime?
MAGA, she is actively climbing through a smashed out window.
Yeah, she's protesting. I mean,
that's how you protest? So wait, let me hold on. I was told that taking a knee during the anthem is the wrong way to protest. You're telling me the right way is to smash out a window and climb through it?
Yeah, there's a difference of protesting at a football game that people are there just there to enjoy the game versus going to the center of our democracy and protesting there where the people who actually vote on these things could hear you.
By smashing out a window.
Well, again, you keep like all they did was go through doors and windows. You have to get inside to be heard. And other than that, I think the damage was minimal. Like,
okay.
If you take away all the doors and entrances they went through and damage, there's very little else they did. Like, other than the doors, what else did they smash and destroy? Like, come on, they didn't refute anything, they didn't burn down anything.
That's like saying
like barriers, like the police themselves were technically a barrier. If the police weren't in their way, they probably wouldn't have hurt a single cop either.
That's like saying if you don't count all the TVs and the video games that Black Lives Matter took out of Best Buy, they really didn't do anything. They just came in and took all the merchandise.
We'll take away the CVS door. What about the entire content? You know, they took Pelosi's laptop, from what I heard. What else did they do?
God. They smeared shit. They smeared shit on the wall. They smeared shit on the wall. They took podiums. They took a lot more. They took people's personal pictures and shit. They did a lot more than just what you're talking about. They stole stuff out of there and everything.
Hear about how much the damage cost because it was overall very minimal.
Well, they went in people's
the entire content of CVS.
They went in people's personal offices and took artifacts and things like that may not be able to be replaced, that you can't put a cost on. If I take a picture with Nelson Mandela and I got it in my office and you come and tear that up, he's dead. I can't redo that. How much is that worth? I mean, they went in her office. They went in people's offices and destroyed stuff. Who knows what the value of that stuff is?
The difference is they did it as a souvenir more than they didn't do it for profit. They didn't take that to sell it.
So if I take your car as a souvenir, what does that mean?
Well, why do you take the car? If you're going to sell it, that's not a souvenir. But
all right, MAGA, you know what I mean?
That's something to remind you of the... Again, the main issue is we saw BLM set entire cities on fire and do all this stuff, and they set the tone. They set the... You know, compared to them, that was nothing. What happened January 6th was nothing. Like,
I don't know. I didn't see the vice president being ushered to safety during the Black Lives Matter rally. I don't know.
If she was in the middle of Seattle, if she was in the middle of
but he's not. But he wasn't. But he wasn't in the middle of Seattle. I don't see Black Lives Matter protests showing the world one of our main weaknesses. I mean, we showed the world how weak we were. I mean, any other you think ISIS or Al Qaeda wasn't looking like, damn, I wish we could have done that. I mean, we showed the world we were weak. What BLM did the world isn't concerned with that. That stuff happens all over the world. What happened on January 6th, that does not happen very often at all. Big difference. I'll give you the last word. I got to move on.
Yeah, what I'm trying to say is, you know, BLM did all that, and they barely got a slap on the hand. We never heard about it. They didn't hunt down every person involved in BLM and arrest them like they did this.
Okay.
And overall, like compared to the BLM stuff, there was very little damage. These people just wanted to be heard. Of course, some of them misbehaved and took stuff, and they shouldn't have been there in the first place. But overall, it's like just BLM set the tone, and that's why we always compare it to BLM, because it happened at the same time. They set the tone. We were just copying them, but not doing as bad. But because where it was and what it was about, it's painted as so much worse than BLM, all because it involved the Capitol. And if January 6th happened anywhere else, if it happened in the middle of Seattle, it wouldn't even be like on the news. If everything they did happened anywhere else, it wouldn't matter.
I disagree, but I gotta move on. I gotta feel the callers.
If that amount of damage was done in the middle of LA, like during the LA riots, would this even be on the news right now? Would we even be talking about it?
If it was orchestrated by Obama, I think we would be talking about it. Yeah, if Obama called for a protest in the middle of LA and that sprung into people blowing up shit and bomb, yeah, I think we would still be talking about it. It happened because of the president.
Some doors.
What?
But they didn't blow up anything. They just went.
It doesn't matter if Obama called for a protest in the middle of LA and they did exactly what they did on January 6th, we would still be talking about it because it started with the president of the United States.
I'll give you that, but they didn't blow up anything.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It's how it doesn't matter. It was something that was orchestrated by the president of the United States. That is what's making it news.
Again, and the definition of orchestrated, like, what do you mean? He didn't want that to happen. In fact, it hurt him. It ended his he was challenging the election, but January 6th ended his challenge. His
challenges were over with already. The Supreme Court had already refused to hear. There was no more challenges. That's why he was doing that.
No, there were still a couple of challenges pending, and we were still looking for. Even till today, he's still challenging that election. He hasn't conceded.
Yeah. All right. Well, good luck with that. I got to move on, man. Appreciate it. Thank you. And the comparison of Black Lives Matter and with J6 that will go on forever. I don't know what else to say. Anytime you bring up J6, BLM is going to come up. When you bring up BLM, J6 don't come up. But the J6 folks are always going to use BLM because nobody was charged or not as many folks. Now, when he stated that they didn't do as much damage as burning cities down, I did see Dennis Calhoun on YouTube said $2.7 billion was needed to fully restore the Capitol building. I didn't know it was that high. $2.7 billion was needed for a full restoration of the Capitol. So that is a lot of money if that is a fact. But when we talk about the damage that was done and suggesting that, BLM did far more damage, as my last caller said, that's probably because we don't put a price on PTSD. For instance, the guy who took out Ashley Babbitt had 2 or 3 interns or assistants that were working for politicians cowering behind him because they were in fear for their life. If you notice when Ashley Babbitt was climbing through the window, there's furniture turned upside down and things like that. People in that room were scared. How much of a price do you put on somebody that may have PTSD from going through that? So when we say, it wasn't that much, it wasn't as much damage as what BLM did. You can't put a price on scaring the shit out of somebody or ruining their lives, or now they got to go seek counseling or something like that for months on end because they keep having nightmares about thinking a crowd full of people is about to take their life. You can't put a price on that. So we don't know how much damage was done from the Capitol protests because we don't factor that in. But you got to assume some folks, there were some cops. I'm not going to say for certain it was in line with J6, but there was a cop that took his life the next day. Are we 100% sure, beyond any doubt, that he did that and it didn't have nothing to do with what he experienced on January 6th at all? Are we confident to say that? Can you put a price on it? So just bringing up how much financial damage was done that day or done with BLM, you can't really do that because the toll of PTSD, it certainly is damage. It's just not in terms of money. Looking in the comments, what happened to Ray Epps? I don't know what happened to Ray Epps. The feds ruled that he didn't have nothing to do with it. My take on Ray Epps is simple. You flew hundreds, maybe 1,000 miles to get to DC. You drove, you took a bus, maybe you rode with a friend, maybe you lived in town and walked, whatever the case may be. You showed up in DC to defend Trump. You believed that you were there to stop it from being stolen. He said, go to the Capitol building peacefully and patriotically. The Capitol building is only 2 fucking miles away. How is it that you came here to defend Trump and then only in the span of a 2-mile walk, you let someone like named Ray Epps that you don't even know from Adam convince you to do just the opposite? I'm not gonna fault Ray Epps for that. That's if someone convinced me to rob a bank, you think that's gonna be usable for my defense in court? No, they're gonna say you're responsible, you're a full-grown adult. You don't get to blame Ray Epps. He didn't put a pistol to your head to make you act like that. You did it. Blaming Ray Epps is useless. Mina Haroon says January 6th was 2.8 million, not billion. Google it. All right, fair enough. $2.2 billion, this seemed like an excessive amount, but we're talking about the Capitol building, I didn't know. But 2.8 million, that seems kind of low to some degree. Once again, I don't know. But the idea that no damage was done, I don't think that's accurate either. 2 miles is a long walk, says Fancy. You know, trying to remain in shape and keep my knees from acting up. I walk 2 miles every day. It ain't that long. It's like 30, 40 minutes. It's not a long walk. Not enough to make you decide to go from protecting Trump to committing major felonies and breaking in buildings and shit. You came out here to see Trump. Why are you listening to this dude? You don't even know who he is. That makes no sense. Like I said, even if Ray Epps did instigate the crowd, you get no credit for that. You're a full-grown adult. I don't want to hear that you decided to act a fool because some stranger told you to do it. That's not a defense. You did. If Ray Epps convinced you to do something and he himself didn't do it, you're guilty. He's not. This isn't the Charles Manson case where they're going to lock up this dude that didn't do anything. If you climbed in through a window, I don't want to hear somebody, well, I'm only doing it because he told me to. What kind of shit is that? How many times do you hear folks tell African Americans, you guys are always playing victims? What's the difference? What's the difference? You want to tell me you're a victim of Ray Epps? A full-grown man, you are the victim of a full-grown adult, whether you're a woman or a man. You're going to blame this on somebody telling you to do it. What was he, a psychic? Did he have you hypnotized? Continuing on with the program, thank you guys that are tapping the screen. Get me on up to about 20,000. We can make that happen with a little bit of love. Smash that like button on YouTube as well. What happened to Back to Blue? Back to Blue don't mean a damn thing if you don't like the blue at that time. Back to Blue is one of those do as I say, not as I do type slogans. I want you to back to Blue. But if I got a problem with them, fuck them. That's what back to Blue means. They're telling you to back to Blue. They knew they were wrong anyway. Yeah, like I said, blaming Ray Epps is insane. I think that's insane. Arsha, one of my subscribers, give a first day. Good evening, Arsha Fine. Welcome to the program from the tropical island over there. So how you doing?
I'm all right. How are you?
I'm doing good. What about renaming Hawaii? Now, Hawaii is already an American territory, but how do you feel about renaming?
No. We're not a territory.
Well, a state. You are a state. You're a state. Yeah.
Yeah. And I just want to reiterate, I'm not Hawaiian. I just happen to have the blessings to live here in this beautiful place. So I don't want anybody to say, "Oh, she's not Hawaiian," because I never claim I'm Hawaiian, but I live in Hawaii.
So you're not gonna so you don't get the Kamala Harris treatment. You're not gonna claim that you're Indian or black or I get it. You're not Hawaiian.
No, I mean I'm biracial, so I got that same thing going on as Kamala. But whatever. It is what I don't listen to that weirdness. Those are just people trying to start problems for no good reason. So I had a comment about. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay. I had a comment about the last guest. A few of your guests. One was Okay, about Donald Trump and the whole Greenland and the Gulf of America and the Panama Canal and then Elon Musk with this. I think, one, the American people are now going to have an autocracy for government.
Explain.
Every single person that he has put in a powerful position, whether it be a secretary of this or overseeing that, is a millionaire or a billionaire. So none of these people, I think I've told you this before, have anything to lose. And all they have to gain is power. So you have a billionaire as the president of the United States.
Yeah.
I don't know what seems more autocracy than that. So that's frightening for me as like a mom of a family of 4 with 2 working parents. Like, we are like legit middle class. None of them have anything to lose if they scrap certain things that we, Tim, you and I, are going to need when we hopefully retire, right? That's the hope, right? Like, we can retire and like live our best life or whatever that means. At least, somewhat comfortable and not struggling. The other thing I want to say is I also believe that listening to Elon and to Donald, there's some madness going on.
Explain.
I don't know
What kind of what did they say? What have they said to make you say madness?
Well, I think their mental health. I think they've lost their marbles.
2 billionaires. Wait.
Like what?
2 billionaires living an incredible life have lost their how explain that? They seem to be doing okay.
Have you listened to what they say?
Maybe I should have. I might not be. I might be middle class if I had listened to him. Shit. Maybe I need to listen to him a little bit more.
I mean, really, you're going to declare Mexico and the people that come here a terrorist, which under the guidelines of at post 9/11, you're allowed to go to WAR with a country if you declare that they are harboring terrorists, right? So there's that. So and then you're going to just take the Panama Canal after a treaty that was, how are you going to do that? Because it's definitely going to be by force. It's
let me interrupt you. Let me interrupt you. Let me tell you what I think is going to happen. And I think Trump's bluffs have been very successful for him, such as getting NATO member nations to beef up their defense budgets by threatening to get out of NATO. I don't think he actually intends to do this stuff. I think the bluffing will work. Like with Panama, as you pointed out, military. Panama knows that if we want to take the canal, we could do it probably in a span of less than 24 hours. So if Trump is threatening to, because he's giving you a choice, give us better pricing for our ships to pass through the canal, or we're going. So they're just going to adhere to what he's requesting.
But we're going to say that Putin's an evil person because he does the same shit.
Do as I say, not as I do. We don't care. It's easier to say it about somebody else, but you're right. But it's going to be a do as I say, not as I do.
And again, with the misinformation, we should know by now that regimes that are autocracies and oligarchies and fascists, the misinformation and the doubling down of like, look here, but really look at this. Don't look here, but look at this. Well, this is like a playbook of like and it's crazy. I'm not. I don't do cable news because it's just too much for me. I like to read the paper like like back in the day because I like real journalism. I don't think half the people on cable are journalists. I think they're more like
they're commentators. They're commentators.
Yeah, and I don't need to hear your commentary. I don't need to hear it. Yeah. I just need to know the facts, ma'am, and just tell me the facts so I can make my own decision.
Other than the problem with that type of news is it doesn't get the ratings. You can watch your local 11 o'clock news or whatever, and you can kind of get that, but it just doesn't have the ratings.
But Tim, the difference between that news and what you're okay, the generation that you and I grew up in with that news, journalism and just the facts, ma'am, and what we have now is there's so much gray.
But Arsha,
everybody,
wait, Arsha, when you and I grew up, there was like a handful of TV channels. When I was a kid, before they even came out with cable news. Now, if you're in the news environment, you're competing with dozens of channels. You can't just give out if you're Dan Rather, yeah, you can do that. You only got NBC and ABC to compete with. But now you can't do that.
And that's where I think that cable news media has tainted facts and the news, because what is it now to be news? It's more entertainment and to like help feed your bubble. But that's a whole different subject. On the naming the Gulf of Mexico, because I've been listening to the Gulf of America, whatever. Like, I don't freaking care.
Really?
I mean, it's a polluted, huh?
So you don't mind?
I mean, it's just a name.
You think Mexico?
I'm surprised he doesn't want to call it the Gulf of Trump. Honestly, like,
damn,
that would seem more Trumpy. Like, to put his name on it, because he likes to put names on stuff. And then for the person that just left, because I want to make this clear, the difference between the BLM and the January 6th. One, neither one were peaceful protests. One, you could say that they were both, some were riots, right, where you burning shit down. They called this an insurrection because it was actually infringing and onto a government public building, right? The difference is BLM protesters, if they were protesting, faced pepper spray, tear gas, and rubber bullets.
Not most of them. Most of them didn't deal with that.
Well, I'm not saying all of them. I'm just saying many of them across the country that turned, violent did have that. And you can't, like, I have a hard time with saying, well, these people were just trying to express themselves and, they were just upset and, out there because they wanted their voices to be heard. Well, that's the exact same reason why people were protesting George Floyd, is because they were upset and they wanted their voices to be heard.
Yeah.
And so you can't say one person got their life taken away.
Well, hold on. Let me interrupt and say this. I mean, regardless of what people are saying when they compare these two things together, fact is, MAGA fucked up that day when they went into the Capitol building, and bringing up BLM is kind of the only way to defend it. I'll tell you this: if some other group did exactly what MAGA did on January 6th, MAGA would be demanding that they go to prison or go to jail for it. But because it was them doing it, they're looking for somebody else to say, well, we're not as bad as them. But they do know what they did that day was horrible.
Well, they give a lot of excuses, which, there's some entitlement that comes to that. But, I watched it live on TV, and I don't know if you've seen the movie World War Z with Brad Pitt, where the zombies are climbing the wall. But I was like, holy shit, are these people? It's like zombies are climbing the Capitol, like all up on top of each other. Yeah, it was weird. It was crazy. I actually got tearful and started to, kind of weep a little bit because I could not believe something like that was happening. And, as a woman of color, but that's one of those things that I never in my lifetime ever expected to see or to happen. And so I don't think people should just poo-poo that away And then, for some people to say, oh, it's Roy Epps, but you expect all these Black gentlemen that get unalived, that they need to take accountability for their actions and how they showed up and didn't walk away. But you're trying to tell me it wasn't these people's fault because of some dude that they never even met? Like, that's just stupid.
The Ray Epps thing, the Ray Epps thing makes no sense. But I want to read this to you because you were talking about, we're talking about the wealth of politicians. And Mina Haroon on YouTube said that's true of all politicians. They're all rich. Question is, Question is, are they invested in the U.S. or overseas? You gotta question those who start poor and get rich in government. Now, Trump obviously was wealthy before he got to government. Elon Musk, wealthy before he got to government. Vivek the same way. But they're talking about folks maybe like Nancy Pelosi or some of them that made a fortune while in government, suggested that maybe some of these liberal politicians may be corrupt because most of the money they made was while in office.
You could say the same thing about Lindsey Graham or Ted Cruz or any other person that's been there for too long. But at the same time, they keep getting voted in, so we can't complain. But what I will say is there's different types of people in this world. And, I'm a really big fan of and believer of the 7 deadly sins. And we all know that power and greed are 2 of them.
Yeah.
And, I'll give a perfect example. I never understood why everybody thinks he's a villain, but Bill Gates and Melinda Gates, some of the wealthiest humans on the planet, they're right up there with everybody else, have decided not to give their fortune to their children, but instead because they're just giving it away. And they can give it away on all these different continents and all these different countries, and they're still not going to give away enough wealth because they're that wealthy, but they're a villain. There must be some ulterior motive. Why would somebody want to help? But then we have a Jimmy Carter, okay, because, he was brought to the Capitol, and he was, next to like Nelson Mandela or like, some of the Mother Teresa.
But the difference between Jimmy Carter is most of his accolades are after he was out of office. As president, he wasn't known for much.
Well, he did not until now. He's known for the Department of Education. He's known for the Department of Energy. I have a child who is in an IEP, and he's in an IEP strictly because he's dyslexic. Before Jimmy Carter defined, and created the Department of Education, my son could be discriminated against or not allowed to be in the same classroom as his peers. He's not, should not be nobody should be.
I get your point. Yeah. I don't think Jimmy Carter had the character that we have not. I think character-wise, he probably is the best president we've seen in the last 50 years in terms of the character of the man. But I don't know if we'll ever get that again.
But again, like I'm saying, it's like you, and even Mark Cuban, who is like negotiating with pharmaceutical companies and what he's doing to eliminate the middleman, because BPMs are freaking horrible, and that's what hurts us as Americans in buying our prescriptions. And you and I both know as we get older, we're gonna need
more shit goes wrong. Yeah. Well, and I get that, but a lot of folks in this country, being capitalists, they don't want to make it easy. They want to make money off of it. But all right, you're fine. I do got it moving on. But quick, go ahead.
I'm gonna say one thing. A strong society makes a strong country. And why would you want to weaken your society? Because then you're going to weaken your country. That's all I'm going to say.
All right. Appreciate you coming through. Thank you. All right. Moving on with the program. A strong society, I like it, but it can be twisted and interpreted in a lot of ways. Some folks might view Trump as giving us a strong society. Depends on how you interpret that. Gen X says it's my favorite sexy Hawaiian sandwich maker. That was Arshafat he's referring to. Wow, Gen X. Mowgli says, no, we have Nixon to thank for the Department of Education. I got a little bit of homework. I'd have to look into that. Nixon was in, what, 2 years? How long was Nixon in? How long was he in? Now, Nixon left, Ford took over, and Carter beat Ford. And President Ford didn't serve a whole term, did he? Now, Arsha is in the comments saying, no, it is not Nixon that came up with the Department of Education. So now I got Alexa, who created the Department of Education?
The Department of Education was founded by Jimmy Carter on October 17, 1979. Did that answer your question?
That answered the question. The win goes to Arshafine. According to Alexa, Jimmy Carter founded the Department of Education in 1979. So there, it was not Nixon, at least according to Alexa. So there, real-time fact checking. There you go. Anyway, looking in the comments, tap the screen, folks, and this is why people need to read books, says Arshafine. Brilliant comeback. Even better than when we were talking live. No, we have Nixon. Okay, Mowgli says, okay, you win. Yeah. Based on what Alexa and she told us. So I didn't, I wouldn't have been able to counter that. I didn't know. Our government prefer, and see, that's why I like the whole free speech live forum thing, because I don't believe anybody is ever a know-it-all. You'll never hear me say something like Trump, well, I know more about the Department of Education than anybody, or I know more. We don't do that here. I don't think anybody knows more about a damn thing than anybody. Everybody knows a little something. So we kind of create a potluck here of sorts. You bring the steak, you bring the carrots, you bring the chicken. What we make it work because everybody brings a little bit to the party. That's why I believe in free speech. Looking in the comments, Nixon founded the EPA. Okay, fair enough. Continuing on with the program, going to the box. Tap the screen, by the way. And by the way, folks, if you like open dialogue like this, for my new viewers, civilized dialogue, we go left of Bernie Sanders to I'm having dinner with Q. Everyone gets to speak. You can be critical of anyone in the comment section, up to and including the host. All about free speech here. If you favor that, feel free to follow the program on TikTok and subscription on YouTube, if you will. We're here Monday through Friday. King Finn, you corrected me earlier. Now, what did I get? Oh, I said that Trump is bluffing. I want you to elaborate on that, King.
Man, you know Trump ain't bluffing. If he is bluffing, I don't want to hear that type of bluff. The shit he says is ridiculous. Why are we talking about changing something, the name of something, to the Gulf of America? Now, this shit don't even sound right.
Well, when I said bluffing, I'm talking, wait, hold on. When I said bluffing, I'm talking about stuff like the tariffs, and I'm talking about stuff like the Panama Canal. Naming the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf. I don't know what the purpose of that is.
He's not bluffing on that. He's not bluffing on that. He's not bluffing that shit. He seriously thinks that raising and adding tariffs is going to do some good. He believes that. There are people that really actually want him. They've already made a plan to do this shit. He's serious. He's not playing with that. He's really going to do that.
Well, let me rephrase it. I'll say this. I think what he is promising will cause the other side to react, and it'll never happen. For instance, he's proposing tariffs on Canada and tariffs on Mexico because they won't secure their border. So what's going to happen is they're going to secure the border, and he's not going to have a reason to impose the tariffs anymore. Same thing with Panama. He's talking about taking the Panama Canal because they're charging too much for U.S. ships to pass through. What's going to end up happening is they're going to lower the price of ships passing through, and there goes his reason to take over the Panama Canal. That's what I mean when I say bluffing. But you're right. He will likely follow through, but I believe he is he's bluffing, or better yet.
You and I both know that dude is not smart. I really need you to understand that dude is not smart. The shit he's saying he thinks is smart is stupid as hell. He's talking about raising tariffs on Canada and Mexico, the two places that we do the most business with. He got out of data. What are you talking about? This dude is serious about doing this ignorant shit. And just like I told you a couple weeks ago, that dude, Doug Jones, the Energy Secretary in Canada, has already said, as soon as you try that stupid shit, we're going to cut off power to your four most northern states, Michigan, Wisconsin,
I don't know if he can do that though, because I
They
don't.
can.
He's not. He
Just
is
like
not
the
the.
water
He
in
is.
Flint.
He's not the
Come
prime
on,
minister.
man.
I don't know if he can do that unilaterally without
He's
the
not.
prime
He's the
minister.
energy secretary.
Yeah, but
He can bring something to the bill. See, up in Canada, they actually listen to people. So when the energy secretary says this is a good idea, Justin Trudeau is going to look at it and say, damn, you know what? I am kind of tired of Trump, dumbass. Let's do this. This might mess some shit up.
well,
But you know what?
how much longer? Trudeau is not going to be around past about Easter, if I'm correct. He's already resigning.
Okay. What's your point? You don't think, and you think, wait, Trudeau is one of the cooler one of the cooler presidents of Canada. If you think that somebody else is going to get in and want to take that bullshit off Trump, you really think that? These people are not Putin. These people are not fucking Netanyahu. Some of these people in Canada are not okay with the shit that Trump is doing.
Yeah.
They're not going to be okay with that shit.
Well,
Everybody
they've already talked about stepping up the security funding to protect their border. So as long as they do that, Trump got what he wanted.
Okay, well, that's going to be great for them. But what is that going to help us do?
Ain't gonna help
It's
us.
not going to do shit for us. They're stepping up theirs.
Well,
They're not going to let us in anymore. What happens? Let me ask you a question, a serious question. What happens if the tables turn and people start saying, we're not letting Americans in no more? Then your favorite vacation destination, guess what? Your ass ain't getting in no more. What happens then? Because the reason that a lot of countries don't really like us is because of people like Trump. They go to different countries, they do dumb American shit, and they say, well, I can do this in America. Well, you're not in America, dummy.
yeah.
You're not there anymore. You can't do the same
I
shit
think
you
I
do
think
there.
I got told that
Trump
about.
is a glorified Karen, a glorified Ken doll. Okay? You need to stop glorifying this clown and actually bring him back down to the damn seat he need to be in and figure out how to either get him out or teach him some fucking manners. Because that's the problem. He don't got no fucking manners and he doing shit and it looked like to the rest of the rest of the world, he don't got no manners and he needs some fucking home training.
Well,
That's what they think of us.
Well, a lot of people like the man, though. That's what I'm saying. A lot of people like him.
I like jelly donuts, but I don't need them, do I?
Well, what if Trump actually does bring down the cost of goods and services, bring down the price of gasoline, eggs, all of this shit? What if he actually does that?
And I told you this last time I was on, without all the bullshit, if he does, I'll congratulate him. But unfortunately, I live in reality where I know OPEC sets the price of gas. I know that corporations like Kroger, Meyer, and the rest of those places that actually sell the shit actually change those prices. I live in reality. I don't believe the president can wave his little fat finger or his little hands like he does on stage all the time and shit's gonna go down. Because that's not what happens.
So what you're talking about is price gouging, and you're right. Now that certainly I believe is part of it. Is the price of cereal and all this stuff shot up, and they even proved that I think it was Kellogg's. Every time I boycotted them because it didn't have nothing to do with Biden, but it was hurting Biden. But similar to what Will has said in the comments, Trump and Elon did not earn their wealth through merit. They are the true welfare queens, and they got richer in office. Do you see both Trump and Elon Musk not earning their wealth through merit, or do you believe they worked hard to become who they are?
You know damn well I don't think Trump did anything to work hard. Trump ain't worked. The only time Trump work hard is to get his damn shirt on or his pants on, okay? Now, Elon, I don't know because I don't know everything about Elon Musk, but I will say this. I think it's really funny that a person from South Africa is sitting on the side of the president.
Wait,
I
say
think
that
it's really
again?
funny I think it's really funny that a person from South Africa, a whole other country, is sitting on the side of the president, damn near the president's vice president. What happened to JD? Where's JD Vance?
Yeah.
Where's he at?
Yeah, I definitely think that. Yeah, I definitely think that in the Trump administration, Elon Musk is going to have more power than JD Vance. JD Vance may be in the vice president spot, but he's not number 2.
He's going to have more power than Trump.
You
Because
really?
guess who Trump is listening to? Guess who Trump is listening to? He damn sure ain't listening to his advisors.
So you think Trump is actually listening to someone finally?
Hell yeah, he's listening to Elon. That's not the sanest person to listen to. This dude created a truck that's blowing up. blowing up everywhere, right in front of Trump Tower. It's blowing up.
Speaking of Elon, let me ask you this now. We talked about this earlier. I want to run this one by you because Elon Musk went on social media because Trump's press conference is dominating the news, but Elon Musk made a statement on social media that is equally controversial, and he got on social media and said he contemplated if America should liberate the people of Britain. What do you think he's talking about? To actually say this in a global forum, so people of the leadership of Britain heard that he's talking about potentially liberating their people. How do you take that?
Liberate what?
The
What
people,
are we liberating?
the people of Britain. He said, liberate the people
From
of
what?
Britain.
We're liberating them from what?
Their government, the way their government is ran. The same way you might liberate the people of France or liberate the people if you don't like the way the government is ran.
I'm going to say this. Trump and Elon are in an echo chamber. They keep spitting out the same dumb bullshit back to each other. Because the only reason that you will go to another country and quote unquote liberate a whole nother society is if there was an actual serious problem. Now, I don't know. I'm not from Britain. I'm not from England or the United Kingdom or none of those. But I don't remember anybody crying and saying, oh, Elon, come save us. Please come save us. Trump, please come save us. In fact, I remember some goofy-looking dude named Jorgensen who was basically a Trump knockoff, being the person.
Yeah, that dude was whatever happened to him. Did he pass away or something?
I don't know.
I think he passed away.
Know. I don't live over there, so I don't fuck with them. I don't go to other countries and mess with other societies and shit like that. Because I ain't got no business over there.
But speaking of not going to other countries and messing, isn't that what Trump promises? He was going to get us out of overseas conflicts?
Yeah, sounds like something he promised. Quote, air quotes, promised. Yeah. Don't sound like something he's doing, but it definitely sounds like something he promised.
Yeah, because right
for a second, I just want to go back because I'm going to say something about this shit too.
Okay.
Your boy Maga Reacts, that's the shit I be talking about when I say you let that bullshit go on. Because comparing Black Lives Matter to January 6th, that shit is bogus as hell. There's no way in hell, and I don't care how many of them do it. They can do what they want to, but you can kiss my ass, because that's bullshit, okay?
Explain.
Black Lives Matter,
give me a reason.
Black Lives Matter is a continuation of 400 years of systemic racism and fucked up shit that's been happening in America for years. The only difference is now we can see it because they're walking around body cams. January 6th was an actual insurrection of people who Daddy Cheeto told them to go liberate the ballots in the box and stop the steal, which is a complete lie in the first place. And for all them people saying, oh, what's my man's name? Roy, what was his name? The dude they swear to God it was all his fault. I'm sorry.
Ray Epps.
If some dude Ray Epps. If some dude named Ray Epps walk down the street and tell me to go shoot somebody or break in the Capitol, I'm going to think twice on my 40 minute 2 mile walk going towards the Capitol.
But hold on, let me push back. But let me put on my MAGA hat and push back. How do you respond to Trump, who said today that this would be the first time in U.S. history that somebody's ever performed an insurrection without any firearms? Trump is saying there's no way this could have been what you're claiming because there were no weapons present there that day.
Oh, so wait, the Proud Boys didn't bring no bear spray? It wasn't hundreds of people out there with nooses and hangmen, and I mean,
you don't really think they're gonna take
I'm
over?
confused.
You can't take over the U.S. government with bear spray, though.
If you run up on Mike Pence with a hangman's noose and say hang Mike Pence, is he supposed to be okay with that?
No, I get your point, but wait, hold on. You don't think that you're going to plan to take over the United States government with nooses and bear spray, though, do you?
Enough people, yes, it's possible.
You think that's how they would have planned that, though? Oh, you're talking about MAGA. Wait, hold on. You're talking about MAGA, people who shall not be infringed upon, people who hold the Gaston flag up. You think they would show up to do an insurrection with bear spray and only, the stuff you're talking about?
Smart. Tim, we are talking about people who broke into the Capitol. They ain't that damn smart. They're not that damn smart.
You really think that?
I see people in the comments talking about bear spray, pipe bombs. All this shit was present. Who cares if they didn't bring guns? They knew damn well they weren't supposed to be there. It doesn't matter what they did or did not bring. That argument is mute to me. You marched on the Capitol. and you walked your ass in the Capitol. You stole stuff. You took a shit on somebody's desk. You broke into the Capitol, a closed building, whether or not you brought bear spray or if you brought a fucking pillow. You knew damn well you wasn't supposed to be here.
Well, some are going to suggest that
argument is new to me.
Well, but some are going to suggest that people were being let in and they didn't all break in, though.
That don't make that's new to me. That's new.
But that's on video, King. But that actually happened. That's on video.
I don't care. Tim, I don't care. You knew you weren't supposed to be there. Okay. It does not matter. I don't care if Jesus let you in. Actually, I can't say that. I don't care if the cops let you in. I don't care if J. Edgar Hoover came back from the dead and walked his cryptic ass up and opened the door. You knew damn well you wasn't supposed to be there. Yeah. It does not matter. It's not your house. It's a closed building. You knew what was going on. Stop playing. That's moot. No. Stop it.
All right, King. I got to move on, but I don't disagree. I do believe that everybody that was in that building that day knew something was going on wrong, knew that they were,
if your ass gets shot, guess what? Maybe your ass shouldn't have been there. If when Black Lives Matter showed up at the Capitol, what happened? They had body armor, AKs, M16s, fucking force shields, pipe bombs, gas bombs, the whole damn nine. It looked like what was that video way back in the day? That was Public Enemy. That was Public Enemy and Fight the Power.
Oh my God.
All them damn people standing up in stormtrooper masks. If Black Lives Matter had showed up there on January 6th and did that shit, if they had just walked down the street, what the hell did they do when he walked outside and flipped that damn Bible upside down looking dumb as hell? They gassed the whole damn square. Yeah. Is you serious?
That did happen.
Come on, man. Let's stop playing, man. It's two sides, man. Come on.
All right.
No way in hell that shit would have stood. You know damn well that shit.
All right. I'm not arguing with you. I got to move it on, but I do agree that if BLM had did the exact same thing as MAGA on January 6th, MAGA would have been calling for all sorts of arrests, and the last thing they would have been saying is,
they would have hung them boys.
Yeah, they would not have been talking about peace and protest. Well said, King.
Man, it's a peaceful love fest. Get the hell out of here. Peace, man.
All right, man. By the way, when he said a peaceful love fest, what's ironic is that's what the president called it. That's what Trump called it, a love fest there that day. Mina says Trump is friends with OPEC Corp's prices will fall. I got to see it. I do believe there are some areas where Trump can ultimately cause some things to fall in price. I do believe if he is successful in getting Panama to lower the cost of ships passing through the Panama Canal, which I think there's a high likelihood he'll be successful at that. Well, because he mentioned that they're charging ships as much as $500,000 to pass through that. If he can cut the price of that, let's say, for instance, let's say they charge a ship $400,000 to pass through the Panama Canal, and let's say Trump gets it down to $300,000, 25% cut in cost to pass through. Shouldn't that mean that the cost of shipping on that ship drops by 25%? Now, we know corporations don't always pass shit down. I'm no fan of trickle-down economics. I'm not even going to pretend like I believe in trickle-down economics. But if the ship can pass through for 75% of cost and they save 25%, my guess is they may lower the price of the goods on the ship 10, 15%. They're going to pocket some of that. There's no denying. If you give corporations extra money, they ain't going to pass it all on. They're going to pocket some of it. But even if they pass a little bit, let's say, for instance, all of a sudden, the price of shipping goods on that ship to the consumer drops by 10, 15%. You're going to you'll notice that at the grocery store. So I do believe there is a possibility that Trump's actions could lead to reduced cost of some products. Just by doing that, I mean, if they're charging those ships that much, like I said, just a small, well, that 25% is not a small cut, but like I said, if they pass that on, I do believe that's one way Trump can literally threaten his way, get some success, and bring home some sort of economic change for you and I to see. I'm not a fan of the way he's doing it, but I don't think anybody's going to give a damn if they're paying less at the grocery store. or less, for goods and services. Before the United States was the United States, and whitewashing most of everything west of the Mississippi River was Mexico. That is true. And they created, I believe one of the presidents created a reason to go to war with Mexico. All of that stuff, the Alamo and all of that shit, that was kind of like the same thing Hitler did, where you create a reason to go to war with Poland, start pretending like they're, attacking you so you can give yourself a justification. We did that with Mexico. We actually did that with Mexico. I think what was it, 1812, whatever that war was, but we actually pretended like they were being aggressive to give us an excuse to do that. And they lost a lot of territory due to that war. They lost to us. We knew we were going to win, so we just made up a reason to go get them, and we did it. Didn't Musk call Trump supporters unrepentant racist? Says J Aviation. I like the name, but I think he did say something like, did he call him unrepentant racist though? I don't know if he used that exact term, but I think he said something to the degree of they were not very intelligent or something like that. I'd be curious to know what the quote is before I go to the next caller. I'm gonna see if I can. Did he say unrepentant racist? Damn, did he really say something that harsh? Because right now, MAGA's still on board with Elon Musk. But damn, if he says something that bad, I'm surprised they are. And I don't know why my computer is freezing up. I wanted to see if I could look that up, but there we go. I may have to get my computer. Unrepentant racist. Let me see what I can find out. What term did he actually use? Neptune, about repeating something. Tommy is a rich, spoiled brat. Who is Tommy? Elon. Unrepentant racist. Damn. I don't want to hold the program up too long. Elon Musk says unrepentant racists support Trump. Yeah, bingo. That's exactly what he said. Came right up. Wow. And you don't hear MAGA really chastising Elon that much for saying something like that. Wow. Real quick before I go to the next caller, I am going to ask that you guys tap the screen, get the likes on up to about 30,000. Smash that like button on YouTube. TikTok horizontal. I appreciate that. Will G says Carter was the official creator of the Department of Education. Yeah. Alexa cleared that up. 1977 is when he did that. So when we talked about Trump talking about renaming the Gulf of Mexico, I'm already calling it the Gulf of America. Wow. When he talked about renaming the Gulf of Mexico, a lot of folks said, well, there has to be more to it than that. So just for shits and giggles, I'll play the quick clip. So it's less than a minute, but he gives a reason why he wants to do it.
And we're going to be announcing a future date pretty soon. We're going to change because we do most of the work there and it's ours. We're going to be changing sort of the opposite of Biden, where he's closing everything up, essentially getting rid of $50 to $60 trillion worth of assets. We're going to be changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, which has a beautiful...
Now, you know what he says? We do a lot of work there. It's ours. How the hell can we say the Gulf of Mexico is ours? Based on what? We do a lot of work in the Gulf of Mexico because we want to play the world's police. I think Dencal, one of my first callers on the show, stated he himself is retired Navy, made the point that we do a lot of work in several large bodies of water around the world. I mean, during the Iraq War, we did a lot of work in the Persian Gulf. Do you take that? I mean, what does he mean by we do a lot of work there, so it's ours? The United States is one of the only countries that have ships sailing in every sea damn near at any given time. So do you just name them all after America? I mean, people are not asking. Mexico's not asking America to do a lot of work in the Gulf. America just started doing it. So now they're going to claim the whole. I mean, he didn't just say he wants to rename it. He said it's ours. So what is he going to start doing next? Controlling the shipping and all of the fishing and all of that of the Gulf? Because it's ours. Should you be able to tax Mexico? for any access they have to the Gulf? Because it's ours. I don't know how that works. I don't understand what makes the Gulf of Mexico become ours. Wow. Looking in the comments, he might make prices a little better, but he is still an oligarch. Okay, I'm not going to argue with that. We protect the Gulf. Mexico doesn't protect shit. Mexico protects its borders. If you tried to get in a ship and sail into the nation of Mexico, my guess is you would be challenged. You just can't jump in any boat and go sailing into Mexico anywhere you want. They're protecting their territory. Now, unlike the United States, because they don't have the same military prowess as we do. You know, they don't have satellites in space. They probably cannot protect their border hundreds of miles out. I don't know how far it is across the Gulf of Mexico. I would assume it's got to be several hundred miles. I mean, if you go from Panama City to some part down in Mexico, it's probably several hundred miles. But just because you're doing more shit you don't get to take the body of water for yourself. I don't know. That seems a bit hard. It seems a bit strong. Mia Harun says Mexico, Brazil, Canada are all American, North and South America. Yeah, they're continents. They're the North American continent, the South American continent. But when Trump made the statement that he's going to rename the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, he's not talking about it from the standpoint where you're talking about, Mina, where you're talking about look, it's in the America, so let's just name it the Gulf of America. No, he just used the phrase, it's ours. So he's talking about the United States. He's not talking about America, North America, and South America. He said it's ours. So he's talking about the United States owns the Gulf of Mexico. Let me go back to the box. And like I said, I don't see how we should be able to claim that. I don't see how we should have that kind of claim to that. Travelman, good evening. Welcome to the program. Yeah, Tim, we hate freeloaders. Well, how is that freeloading though? Do you have to build? I mean, can you go around in any waterway on Earth and just claim it if the people that border that waterway are not really doing anything to protect it? Do you just go around as one of my earlier viewers said? That sounds like colonization mentality. If it's open, we're just gonna steal it and claim it as ours. Travelman, good evening.
Evening.
Hey, what do you think about this? Just renaming a body of water that's been, I don't know how long the Gulf of Mexico has been named that way, but it's got to be, generations. Just renaming it.
Trump needs an X-Lax. Okay?
Are you indicating he might be full of some substance?
You're looking at arrogance, okay? There's no way in the Sam hell that, number one, he's going to rename the Gulf of Mexico. That ain't happening.
You sure?
Okay?
Are you sure?
We can go with that ain't happening. All this, he's talking. I'm not saying he won't try it, but it's not going to happen.
Then let me ask you this. Give me what do you think he's promising to do publicly that might be controversial that you think he is serious about doing?
Oh, he's serious about all of it.
Oh. What do you think he might succeed at? What do you think?
Trump is the president. He is the president. He's the president-elect.
Right.
Okay. Listen to what he says. Okay, you the president, dude. When he talk, I take what he say literally.
Like E.F. Hutton. When Trump talks, people listen. Like E.F. Hutton. Okay.
He just say stupid. He say stupid shit.
But people like this stuff, though. Travelman, people like what he's saying.
He say this stuff, and then people come back, and either they try to defend him, or they try to explain away what he said. That conference today, man, that thing was off the rails.
It was.
You gonna tell me this dude don't have something mentally going on with him?
I literally had to stop and pull a notepad out. I'm going to end up being like one of the top hip-hop artists where I got to carry a notepad around so when rhymes come to mind. I mean, I had to literally find a piece of paper like, damn, and start writing stuff down. Like, I mean, it was the most headline-packed hour of speaking I've ever heard.
the most headline-packed hour of BS is what it was. How many lies? You know what? This dude stands up here and he lies every single. He haven't even been sworn in yet. This is what we have to look forward to for the next 4 years. The same damn thing that he just picking up where he left off at.
Is this not what the American people wanted? We voted him in. It ain't like he didn't.
Voted him in.
Yeah,
exactly.
This is what we wanted.
Well, this thing with this January 6th, they've been trying to rewrite this thing ever since January the 6th. Let me tell you something. One thing Americans are good at, they're pretty good at whitewashing history. Okay?
True.
They'll try it. I mean, it's harder now, but they have been known to wipe.
I don't think there's anyone listening that can deny that. That is patently, that is about as much of truth as I am a black man. I don't think there's anybody that can deny that America has been, consistent at, whitewashing history and omitting things and lying about it. I don't think anybody can deny that.
Exactly. But see, the problem now is in this day and age, everybody got videos.
True.
Everybody got cameras. So it's harder to do. So they can try to justify. I'm sick and tired of, they open the door and let them in. That's BS.
So what about him saying that actually Babbitt was actually trying to, quiet the crowd down? She wasn't doing anything wrong. She was actually...
Let's use a little common sense. If she was trying to quiet the crowd down, why was she coming through the door, coming through the window?
I don't.
Why was she moving forward?
Listen, I agree with you 100%, which makes me wonder, like, because I had MAGA reaction, one of the Trump supporters on the program earlier, and he was, and he didn't have a defense for it. I'm like, because he said maybe Trump did not see the video. Because I was telling him, I'm like, does he not know this is on video? I mean, the last minutes of her life is actually filmed. It's pretty obvious that she was not doing what you're saying she was doing. Like, does he not know that?
They know it. But see, every time we talk, what did I tell you? They repeat. They all say the same thing. And it's the same. Ashley Babbitt, the only one that got killed. The guy that she was unjustly unalived. They keep saying the same thing over and over. That doesn't make it true.
True.
It just means that you're stupid. That's all that means.
Yeah, but I just can't believe though he would get up there and say that when I think most folks that are engaged in politics and follow this stuff have probably seen the last moments of Ashley Babbitt's life many times over. Like you're gonna get on television and say something that goes against what everybody personally witnessed. I mean, like you almost want to ask him, like, do you think we're stupid? Like we watch this.
But you got to think about it. That's not what they showed. They didn't show that on Fox News.
Yeah.
The people that he's talking to, they're watching Fox News. They're watching OAN. They're watching Newsmax, and they're listening to talk radio. So they're not getting that part of it. They're getting the part that the propaganda side of it is what they're getting.
Well, shit, if you didn't watch the last minutes of Ashley Babbitt's life, then you have no business suggesting that she was an unjustifiable shooter. If you didn't see it, there's no way for you to know other than just listening to somebody else.
It's a talking point.
Yeah.
It's a talking point. It's just like trying to justify, what happened. Well, he didn't really, he didn't cause that. He told those people to come to D.C. As a matter of fact, I think they say it's going to be wild.
Yeah, that was Steve Bannon. Yeah, Steve Bannon said that. And then of course,
it's going to be wild.
Let's have trial by combat and let's have trial by combat and all of that stuff. I want to play this clip for you.
War room.
Go ahead.
At the hotel down on 14th Street. And then what they do is they turn around and then they always got the whataboutism. Okay, you attacked the Capitol. You attacked the seat of our government, and you tried to stop them from certifying the election.
I heard it was a love fest.
It was a love fest. It was a love fest, an abusive love fest is what it was. It was like Ike and Tina Turner love fest. That's the kind of love fest it was, And so they tried to do a whataboutism because you attacked the Capitol and you did all that damage, what was it? Few $1 million or whatever. Maybe they say when you include all the costs, right? The cost for the Capitol, the grounds, the cost, the expenses that the Capitol Police incur. When you add everything together, they say it does come to about $2 billion. That's for a GAO.
Wow.
That's concerned. That's
Wow.
that's what the GAO said. When it's not just the repair that was done, just not what was damage that was done to the Capitol building itself. It was also the grounds and leading up to that, the damage that they did also, and then the expenses incurred.
Now here's what I don't get. If I actually had a protest, or if I threw a gathering, and my guests came and did all that damage, they would come after me for that money. I mean, technically, Trump should be responsible for that. I mean, regardless of whether he wanted them to go in the Capitol building or not, you threw this gathering, you invited all these people to this event, and they tore up a bunch of shit. Normally, you would hold a person accountable, the organizers of the event. That's normally what happens.
Well, yeah, but normally you don't have 1,500 people going in there tearing shit up either. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, let's say I'll give you an example. This is something that really happened. I don't know the guy's name, but there was I think he was a rap star or a social media influencer or something like that. He had a huge following. He got on Instagram or whatever and said, "I'll be downtown giving away PlayStations at this certain period of time." And thousands of people showed up. They ended up shutting down traffic because kids was in streets and all kinds of shit happened. The government went after him. Now, he didn't have control of how many people showed up. He didn't have control of what they did, but they went after him and ordered him to pay a ton of money back for that.
Yeah, they did. But there's a difference. He's not president of the United States.
Okay, so there's some privilege there.
Oh, without a doubt.
Okay.
Without a doubt. And then, like I say, then they try to justify it, and then they do the whataboutism. They've been lying for 4 years, and anytime you say anything, first you talk about the guy they say was undercover.
Epps.
That's the thing. They got like 4 or 5 conspiracy theories going around that none of them doesn't make any sense at all. And so when they run out of the conspiracy theories, then the next thing out of their mouth is, well, y'all didn't say that when they were burning down the cities.
Yeah, you can't escape. You cannot escape Black Lives Matter coming up anytime this topic.
And nobody went to jail behind that, and that's a lie.
Well, let me play this clip for you, because when you brought up Black Lives Matter, Trump said something in reference to this. I want you to hear. This is Trump today in this huge press conference, and once again, he says something that's controversial toward this is maybe a minute. I want you to give me your take on who the hell is he referring to?
First, you said on your first day of office, you're going to pardon January 6th defendants. Are you planning to pardon those who were charged with violent offenses?
Well, we're looking at it, and we have other people in there. And as you see, I guess 24 or 28 people came now from the FBI. That came out very quietly. Nobody reported it, but they had people in some form related to the FBI. They had 4 or 5 people that were strongly related to the FBI. We have to find out about that. We have to find out about Hezbollah. We have to find out about who exactly was in that whole thing, because people that did some bad things were not prosecuted. I see it all the time, and you see it too. People that were doing some bad things weren't prosecuted, and people that didn't even walk into the building are in jail right now.
Who is he talking about? He said that people are in jail right now for January 6th that never even walked into the building. Now, I've been doing lives and doing YouTube shorts and TikTok shorts asking folks, does anybody have any names of who the hell he's talking about?
It's called deflection. It's called throwing others, even through Hezbollah out there. Come on, man. Okay. They always, this is what they always say. Well, the FBI had 25 people, and he said, first he said 25, then he said 5. He put about 3 different numbers out there because it's all a bunch of BS. This stuff has been going on for 4 years. Where is your proof?
Yeah.
Nobody. 4 years has been investigated by the Republican Senate. They did a report. They did the January 6th committee. they keep hollering about the January 6th committee, but they never say what they did, which is the Democrats gave them everything that they wanted to establish that committee, and then they still turned it down. Matter of fact, a Republican negotiated it. They did to him the same thing they did to Langford, right?
With the crap, with Biden's bill, with Biden's border bill.
Yep. He got everything that they wanted when they were talking about setting up a committee like the 9/11 Commission. And he negotiated that, and he got them everything that they wanted, and then they still walked away from it.
Well, and that's because they knew at the end of the day it's not going to go in our favor, so the best thing is to not participate.
Exactly. And then they tried to put, that clown Jim Jordan and another dude that was strictly election deniers. They wanted to put them on it. No, you don't do that. You don't put the wolf in the hen house. But they they complained about it the whole time. And then they turned on Liz Cheney, who is a blue blood royal Republican. Okay.
Well,
and like I say, they're forever coming up with all kind of crazy stuff. And then, like you say, they always go when they got their go-to. They got two go-tos, right? One is BLM.
True.
Right. And they always talk about, well, you know what? You had the riots during the summer during the BLM. There's a difference between the riots during the summer and the Capitol building. Okay, the difference is during the BLM, they were protesting police brutality and people getting killed. That's what they were protesting.
Right.
They attacked the Capitol based on a lie.
Well, I will in a slight defense for MAGA. I always see both sides sometimes. There were some Black Lives Matter protests that also were based on a lie, such as the one that happened in Ferguson. I mean, Obama went in there and had that investigated. That turned out to be a justifiable shooting, and people tore that town up. So the Black Lives Matter protest in Ferguson, Missouri was based on a lie, too, if you really want to look at it that way.
Okay, well, just so happened my best friend lived right in Ferguson, lived right around the corner from me. The bottom line is they killed the unarmed guy.
Well, yeah, but the way it was ruled.
You know what? They can say, well, the dude took a couple of cigars or whatever it was. But
no. He was. I think the ruling found that he was trying to take the officer's gun or something like that.
The hands up thing and all that. I got all that.
Okay.
But you talking that? Okay, that's one instance, right? Mm-hmm. That's one instance. What about the rest of them?
I don't listen. The overwhelming.
Hold on a minute. Let me get this out, because they always bring that up, and they always say, "Well, nobody went to jail for that. Nobody, what about all the damage they caused?" Not only did they go to jail, the feds took the cases. They took at least 300 of those cases out of state and made them into federal cases, and those people went to jail.
I didn't know that.
They went to prison. There's 300 federal cases that came out of the BLM riots.
And that I didn't hear about.
Yeah, and they could have been prosecuted at the state level, but they were prosecuted as federal crimes.
And one of the things I often bring up when they say that why nobody went to jail during the BLM riots of 2020, like, you do realize Trump was in power doing that stuff. I mean, you want to bring up that nobody got prosecuted. You realize it wasn't Biden or Obama in control. Trump, it was, if they should have been prosecuted, at least federally, that would have been Trump's job to do it. You're not holding him accountable. That's the guy who was in charge. So
yeah, and a lot of people went to jail. It was damage done. And do you guys remember when they had I don't know if it was in Minneapolis or whatever, but the Popo, they had took the emblems and stuff off of their shirts, and they snatched a couple of people off the street.
Wow. So the police were instigating it.
The police, no, they weren't instigating. They was supposedly snatching up rioters, or I guess he was maybe like some of the.
So the police were actually, they removed their own identification.
Yeah, the identification. They moved that. They took all that stuff off. They were the shirts was blank or whatever, and they were snatching people. They snatched some people up. Yeah. They did a report on that. It was a report done on that.
Send me if you
I
got
can't
that.
remember. I don't know if it was I don't know if it was in Minneapolis, but it was in one of those cities.
I would like to see that if you had that. I
Yeah.
got to move on, but I'm interested in seeing that. I didn't hear of that. Wow.
Yeah.
Huh.
You know, and people did go to jail, and they went to, and like I said, BLM was based on a police brutality and people getting killed. Right?
Yeah.
The Capitol Dome was based on a lie.
Yeah, I don't disagree that most of the BLM protests, the Sandra Bland's and all of these folks, it was based on the Breonna Taylor and all that stuff and Tamir Rice. It was based on legitimate reasons to protest controversial, if not bad shootings. Some were just blatant, damn near blatant murders.
Exactly.
So yeah, I do agree with that. But and I do agree with the fact that and I've said this before in the program that if you had to grab the average protester on January 6th and ask them why are you here, what evidence you had the election was stolen, their evidence revolved around what they were being told. They didn't have any evidence because the January 6th is only 2 months after the election. So they didn't have it. It was a lot of it was still being investigated. So there was no reason for them to act like that other than just going by what they were told. So I don't disagree with that.
Now, one quick thing before you go.
Sure.
Martin Luther King, I don't know if I get the quote right or not. Martin Luther King said, "Riots is the voice of the unheard." That's what Martin Luther King said that. And if you go back and you look at the riots that have occurred in this country, I bet you over 90% to 99% riots were caused because of somebody got killed by the police.
That's an interesting way of view. I don't know. I can't speak on it, but a lot of them are. So I'll just leave it at that. Travelman, I got to move on.
All right, thanks. Take care.
Anytime. Boston Tea Party is an example of that. You know, one of the founding riots in this country. I don't think that was due to the police action there. I mean, it was over taxation or something like that. But a lot of them are due, at least among people of color. A lot of those are because of the police, because of police misconduct. A lot of those are people being marginalized, people being oppressed, and of course, the police are often what we use to enforce oppression. You know, if you're going to oppress a group of people, the police are the method of enforcement. So that is likely to have a lot to do with it. Will G says, just like the Civil War in the United States, the only reason Texas, then eventually the United States went to war with Mexico was about slavery. Fragile white men couldn't stand to let black people go free. Now, he mentioned yesterday that Mexico was allowing freed black men or escaped slaves to go and live in Mexico. And he's saying that I didn't know that Mexico and the United States went to war over slavery, but I do know the United States and Mexico did go to war. I thought it was over territory, but if America wins that territory, and it's all in the South, it's likely to also be slave states as well. So I can see how it might be all tied into each other. I also says, but Trump's logic, we should take control of the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans. We do work there too. Trump, no new wars, my ass. No World War III, my ass. Now that's a great concern because Trump is often, bringing up that under Biden, all of this stuff is breaking out, and we have not had any wars under Trump's first term. So to focus on America first and get us out of all of these overseas conflicts like the Ukraine and all, it seems like the promise he made to get elected is being discarded now that he's in the White House. Because, yeah, the stuff he's doing doesn't coincide with a promise of no new wars. I mean, there's like about a half a dozen countries right now that are being discussed in a negative way. Britain, with Elon Musk talking about liberating the people of Britain. Obviously, Canada being the 51st state. I don't know if Canada has a say-so in that or not. Mexico, talking about using the military to potentially go after the cartels and things like that. So that's really an invasion of Mexico to do that. I mean, if the Crips and Bloods were going into Tijuana or Ciudad Juarez and committing a bunch of crimes, So Mexico decided to go into LA or some border town and go after the Crips or Blood Street gang. That's an invasion of the United States. So Trump is talking about potentially launching military operations in Mexico. That's an invasion. And then, of course, can't even read my own writing there, but he's mentioned several countries. And he's also, Greenland is, that's what I'm thinking about, Greenland. Greenland's another country that he's talking about. So we talk about Greenland, Mexico, Britain, Canada. Now, Panama is another one. What he's talking about doing in Panama would also be an act of war. So that's 5. Now, also, his promise to deport folks out of this country. Now, you know, there are several countries that said they won't even accept folks back in their country that America's intending to deport. So he named 4 countries. This is coming from the Trump administration. 4 countries have been named: Panama, Grenada, the Bahamas, and Turks and Caicos. They're talking about making one of those countries or a combination of all of those countries places that they will send deportees to if their home country does not accept them back. Now, both Panama and the Bahamas have publicly spoken out like the hell you will, but they've also talked about those 4 countries as well. We're just going to send you people that do not belong in the United States. We're going to deport these people. Their home country won't take them back, so we're going to put them in your country. We're not going to ask you for permission to do so. That's also Trump, something that the Trump administration has said. So he's promising some pretty controversial shit for a guy who talked about no new wars and not getting us into any overseas conflicts. To bring up the man asked, would he agree with that? It is the one and only Twisted 77. Good evening, Twisted.
Hey, Tim, how you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Why do you think he is speaking so in such a controversial manner with so many countries? That's over a half a dozen countries.
Well, let me ask you a question. If you were negotiating with somebody, okay?
Is that what this is?
Oh, hold on. Let me finish. If you were intending to negotiate with another country, would you take anything off the table in public? That's a pretty poor negotiating strategy.
Yeah, but
if you're saying he's not going to rule it out, of course he's not. But
who is he negotiating with, though? Tristan, who is he He sounds like he's giving demands. Who's being negotiating? Means you and I talk and discuss something, and we try to both get what's best for us. I don't see that happening here. I don't see the negotiation here.
Well, he's not negotiating yet, but they're asking about it.
Panama,
right? Right, with Panama. So you say, well, nothing's off the table, right? So if I go to negotiate with Panama and they already know that I'm not going to do this, I'm not going to do that because I publicly stated it, well, that weakens my position now, doesn't it?
Well, I disagree with you.
You know it
Hold
does.
on. No, I disagree with you vehemently because I'm coming to you and telling you, I need you to do this, and if you don't do that, I am going to use force against you. That's not a negotiation tactic. You're telling Panama, either you charge us less or we're going to take the whole damn canal from you. That's not negotiating.
Did he? But that's not what he said.
Really?
Is that what he said? Did he say we're going to, wait a minute, hold on, Tim, hold on. Let's be honest here and not reading between lines that ain't there. Did he say, I'm going to go into Panama with military force if they don't adhere to my demands?
How do you get control of the canal if you don't use military force?
Through negotiation.
How do you negotiate? Wait.
It's called a treaty negotiation.
How do you negotiate?
Actually trying to get control. Hold up. What you said earlier about getting better pricing for our ships going through there. Okay. So he might say publicly, we're trying to get control of that. Okay. You throw it out there and you take the lesser deal. You know what I'm saying? It's like asking for a higher salary knowing you're going to negotiate down to the actual salary, right? That's how negotiations work. But you don't think...
I'm not hearing... I hear what you're saying. Wait, hold on. I hear what you're saying, But I don't hear the negotiation in this. To me, this sounds like either you do what I want or I'm going to take action that is unfavorable. I mean, I'm going to take over the Panama Canal. That's what I'm not hearing. There's not a negotiation in it. I don't hear anything about this. Hold on. A negotiation, if you and I are negotiating, that means you get something out of the deal and I get something out of the deal. What is Panama getting out of this?
I don't know. I don't know what he's planning on doing. We haven't seen the talks yet, now have we?
We've heard what he
But we're also
said.
talking about the same man who negotiated the Abraham Accords, are we not?
I don't. Yeah, you and I.
Did we have to? What? No. He's already done stuff like this. He negotiated the Abraham Accords in the Middle East, created peace without any shots fired.
I don't see any. You're the first person I've ever talked to that views what he said about the Panama Canal as a negotiation. No one else is saying that. You're the only person I've ever heard say that.
Well, you know what? Some of your callers ain't the brightest people in the world.
I mean, even the media, even Fox News don't view it as a negotiation. I haven't heard anybody say that.
I don't care what they think. I'm a businessman.
I get it.
I will leave nothing off the table, and I will let my opponent think what they want to think. Okay? And if that helps my negotiation at the table, then I will do it.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't I?
I'd say you show up to.
These guys.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
If he's saying that I'm not gonna rule out using the military, that's not a negotiation. That's a threat. Twisted. That's a threat. It's not a negotiation. He is threatening them.
Yeah, you can look at it however you want. But these guys you got coming on here and saying, he's stupid, he's dumb. Look at, he's the dumbest guy ever. Well, you know what? He's the dumbest freak billionaire I ever met in my life, right? Because you know what? Most people, I don't care if you give them $10, $20 million, $100 million, it's going to be gone in a couple of years. And you know it as well as I do. Every lottery winner that ever happened that lost everything because they got that money, those were stupid. He managed to make a fortune out of that. And they called him dumb.
Well, if you are, I'm sure you're aware from watching me, I've never called Trump dumb. In fact, when people say that, I kind of say the same thing you say.
I'm not talking about you.
Okay, I say the same thing you say.
I'm not talking about you.
But I don't buy that what he's doing with Panama is negotiating. That he's threatening them. I mean, that is not a negotiation. That kind of sounds like a mob boss shows up to your bit. Hold on. To me, it sounds like the old mob movies where you see a guy walk into a business and say, "You seem to be making a lot of money in this pizzeria. How about we get 10% to offer you some protection? I'd hate to see something happen to your restaurant." That's not a negotiation. You're threatening that person. That's what Trump is doing. He's not negotiating. He's threatening them. He ain't offering them shit. He's actually offering to give them less of what they're making. And if they don't take less than what they've been getting, they're going to have something happen to their restaurant. Just like the pizzeria, you need to understand you're only going to make 90% of your profits now and give me the 10. If you don't accept that, you're going to lose your whole pizzeria to a fire. That's what he's telling them. That's not a negotiation. That's a threat.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, that's strange because you're the same person that said, well, it seems to be working well with Canada because they're putting more resources into their border. And what did he do with them? He threatened them with tariffs.
I didn't say it won't work. I didn't say it won't work, but I didn't call it a negotiation. It will work, but it's a negotiation. Well, it ain't a negotiation.
That works out in our favor. So it sounds like he's getting the best deal for us.
Yeah.
I don't care what happens.
By taking that man's proceeds from the pizzeria. Yeah.
But that's fine by me. We do this shit all the time. As a country, we do this stuff.
And that is why you have folks running over people in places like New Orleans. So we go around the world doing exactly what you're saying. You don't care. That is exactly why we have that stuff. It's because it ain't about because we're free. It's because we're going around the world interfering in the operations of other countries. And people hate us for it. You're right. It does work though. And I do think Trump will have success in his threatening of Panama. I do believe he will get what he wants, but it ain't negotiating. He ain't negotiating with him though.
Guys, but the Dems don't seem to care when Biden does something like that. When Obama did.
Give me an example. Give me an example of what Biden has done. Like, give me an example.
Okay, Ukraine. Okay, what I mean Ukraine, Syria. Who do we bet? how did that guy get into Syria? The new leader, who was backing him?
The West, yes.
Okay, well, there you go, right there. We're interfering. We stuck our noses where it didn't belong. Okay, we inserted somebody, a former ISIS guy, mind you.
But weren't
nobody
we?
cared to Biden.
But didn't we elect?
Nobody-
Didn't we elect Trump because he promised to stop doing this stuff?
Well, he's not inserting a leader into a country now, is he?
He promised to get out. He promised to get out of overseas conflicts, focus on America first, bring everything home. I'm not hearing that.
Well, if he's negotiating deals that benefit us, how is that not
negotiating?
First?
Keep saying negotiating. He ain't
because
negotiating.
That is negotiation. Whether you look at however you want to look at it, it's still a negotiation tactic.
You know what you know what this negotiating is? It's a deal you can't refuse. That's the deals he negotiates. I'm gonna make you an offer you can't refuse. That's what you call negotiating.
Well, Tim, I don't think you understand that I'm Sicilian.
I'm understanding it. I just the terminology you're using is comical. That's all I'm saying.
Well, you know what? It works. But the point is, it's for us.
Yeah.
Not for another country. We're not sticking our noses where it don't belong. If he's working out deals that benefit us as a country, why should I have a problem with that?
Because it's wrong to just steal somebody's shit. To benefit, I mean, he literally is the pizzeria example. He literally is the mob boss walking into the pizzeria.
Well, it's a little different though, because who built the Panama Canal? It wasn't Panama.
That's 100 years ago. Over.
Huh?
That's 100 years ago.
But it doesn't matter how long ago it was. Who built it? We did. We paid for it, and then we gave it to Panama, and now they're letting China run it. Isn't that exactly what Trump said?
So
he said we didn't give it to Panama for China to run it. We gave it to Panama for Panama to run it.
I think Trump did. I hate to keep using Adolf, but I think Trump is just looking for reasons to be pissed off at people. I really do, because you had since Carter gave the Panama Canal back to the Panamanians. We've had Ronald Reagan, we've had two Bushes, we've had Obama and Biden and Clinton, and none of them said this shit. I think the man is just looking for reasons to be angry with people, just like Adolf did.
I think I could say the same thing for you guys, just looking for the reasons to be angry with Trump.
But we're not in power, though. It's the big difference.
Well, again, like I said, nobody blinked twice when Biden backed that Syrian guy. Nobody said a word.
I think Trump was saying. I think Trump had a lot of words to say.
I'm not talking about Trump. I'm talking about the Democrats. You guys. I didn't hear you say nothing about it. I didn't see you complaining.
To be honest with you,
look at this guy Biden helped install. Look, he's a former ISIS guy.
You know why the Democrats didn't say that? I think, to be honest with you, most Democrats didn't know. I don't think a lot of Democrats knew much about what was going on in Syria.
Of course not. You guys do nothing but talk about Trump, but that's beside the point.
It ain't like Trump don't give us a lot of shit to talk about. You're right. We don't do nothing but talk about Trump. It ain't like he don't give us a lot of shit to talk about.
But you think that would be important to know that your current president, the guy you voted for, helped install a former ISIS operative as the head of a country.
You
think that would be important, and you think that you guys might be a little upset about that, but nobody is.
I think you're going to get that no matter. I think you're going to get that no matter who's in office.
Because Trump says words.
Well, and that's the whole gist of it. Since Trump came on the scene, he has perfected the art form of saying controversial words, and MAGA has been trying to convince people to not get up in arms about his words. He knows his words are triggering. He does it intentionally, and you guys want people to ignore it. He don't have to go on TV and say all this controversial shit. He like doing it.
Whoa. When did I say you should ignore what he says?
MAGA says it all the time. You know, you should pay attention to the policies, not the word. MAGA says it. Ignore the tweets. Focus on his policies, not what he says. Your side of the aisle, I'm not talking about you specifically, your side of the aisle has been saying that since he came on the scene, not down any damn escalators, to ignore his words and focus on his policies. Don't be a snowflake. Don't vote based on your feelings. Vote based on the policies. You guys have been trying to get folks to ignore his words since he came about.
I mean, it's not really fair to lump me in with MAGA because I'm not. I'm a libertarian. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm not a Republican.
All right, fair enough. Well, you're certainly not a liberal. So at the end of the day, you're going to be on that side of the aisle, even though you start out as a libertarian. You're going to end up. Libertarians does libertarians ever vote for the liberal candidate?
On occasion.
Give me an example.
You know, like for myself, no, I can't give you
exactly. You're going to end up voting right.
Because I have to vote with what best suits me economically.
Exactly.
Whether or not I agree with social policies, because I don't always. You know, I'm pro-choice. I'm not pro-life. But at the end of the day, I have to go with what's best for me economically. Because I am a businessman. I have to go with which is best for me and my employees and my company. Okay? That foreshadows everything else.
All right. Let me ask you before I move it on. Before I move it on, you've been here. You've been on hold long enough. When Trump talks about Ashley Babbitt, is that the way you saw it?
The way I saw it.
Yeah.
The way I see it is look. Should she have been going through that window? No. Should they have used lethal force on her? No. What
about him saying she was playing the hero, though?
I have no opinion on that. I did not see him say it. I didn't. I have to see the whole thing before I can make an informed opinion on it. Because
you got to see
look.
Go ahead.
Look, I got to see, because what happens is people play stuff. They play a little clip, and they expect me to, and I say, no, I got to watch the whole thing before I can get an informed opinion. I gave you what I think happened that day.
I got the whole thing. I got the whole thing right here. I got the whole thing he said.
That's fine.
There is no more to play. I mean, he answered the question with a period at the end. I mean, what more do you want to see? He gave.
Do I think she? Okay, if you're asking me if I think she was a hero, no, I don't think she was a hero.
Why do you think he thinks she was a hero?
I don't know. I don't know his mind. But I can tell you something. You said something earlier that people that didn't go into the building were in jail.
Yeah.
Enrico Tarrio. That's the name.
The leader of the Proud Boys.
Yes.
So he's 100% innocent.
He got 20 years.
So he's 100% innocent. Didn't have anything to do with it at all.
I didn't say anything.
I'm asking you though. Do you think he? Do you believe? We're speculating.
I haven't seen. Look, I haven't seen the court case. I haven't seen the evidence against him. I don't have time to sit around and look at every piece shred of evidence.
So you think they just? So
I can't make an informed decision.
All right, but do you believe it's possible that they just gave this guy 20 years for something he had absolutely nothing to do with? You think it's possible?
Possible, sure. It's possible.
All right, fair enough.
I mean, people have been politically motivated, been thrown in jail for January 6th that didn't do a damn thing wrong. Other than maybe
give me a name. Give me a name of somebody that did not do anything wrong. That's what I'm asking. Give me a name to somebody who's thrown in jail that didn't do anything wrong.
Because I haven't seen every court case, though.
Then why are you saying it? You just said people have been thrown in jail for January 6th that didn't do nothing wrong. Give me a name of who you're talking about.
I have seen people speak on it who have been to jail for it. I cannot remember their names off the top of my head. I'm not in front of my computer.
I can't find nobody that can remember that. Everybody's saying it, but nobody can give me a name.
Like this guy, what's this, Michael Boss over here, he says, I'm wrong as hell. But he's not going to go look it up and see for himself. And I have to go provide
He shouldn't have to look it up. He shouldn't have to. He shouldn't have to look it up. If you say it, you should be. He shouldn't have to look up what you're saying. If you're telling me somebody's in jail that don't belong there, you should be able to tell me who that person is.
If I have the name, I don't remember everything. This guy says he's looked it up. He's obviously lying through his teeth.
I would like to know a name.
I listened to him speak on your program, and he don't know what the hell he's talking about half the time. He just talks because he don't like people. He doesn't like white people. Whatever. You know, I get it. And you get a lot of those guys on there.
I got people on the program that don't like liberals.
Hold on. See what this guy says? I never provided any proof. How many times have I sent you videos
You ain't.
Prove
Well,
what I
we
said
talk
was
for
correct.
what maybe he don't know about our previous conversation. The one you're talking about now. You're admitting you don't have any proof of this one right now. Maybe this is the first time he's
I'm
heard you
saying I don't
talk.
have the names off the top of my head, but they do exist.
I like to know even one of them. I've been asking all day about this when Trump said that.
So Google, you got your computer in front of me.
And
Google it.
I don't nothing. What am I going to Google? Who? Give me a search. Give me what I should put in.
I mean, I would put in people who went to jail during January 6th who did not enter the building.
I mean, they could have broke a window and didn't go in, though, couldn't they?
True.
I'm gonna type it in exactly how you said and didn't go into the building.
There was a reporter who got arrested, who went to the Capitol a couple of hours after it ended, and he went to jail.
I mean, well, it didn't give me any specific names. Hundreds of convictions, but major. I don't see anybody's name popping up as a person.
See, it's a lot of information to sort through.
Maybe this would have been easier if he or people that are saying this happened, if anybody had a name of a person. No, I mean, the fact that it's this difficult to get a name speaks volumes. If somebody is doing time, they should not be doing time.
There have been so many arrests, I think it's difficult to get a name because there have been so many arrests and so many cases. It's hard to get.
So what is it? What is it? A bunch of people? So what is it? A bunch of people that's sitting there that didn't do anything?
That's the problem. I don't know how many people.
I'm just simply saying, if
these guys don't either.
No, but what I'm
going to say no because that's what they want to believe.
But it's not. The burden is not on them. They're not the ones that is saying some innocent person is being warehoused in jail. The people that are saying that there's an innocent person in jail, the burden is on them to tell us who that person is. You shouldn't have to go doing all kinds of research to find out who you're talking about.
I'll tell you what. I'll go find the information. Okay, I'll send it to you. You'll read it, tell me I'm wrong, or ignore it. You'll never put it up for people to see.
Bullshit, Twister, we talk all the damn time. I'll concede it. Hold on. I will concede any damn point you come up with. I'm not always fucking right. If you're right, I will tell you that.
But when I told you that China had worked with Canada, and I sent you the relevant information, you said, no, they haven't, even though it said right at the top of their website, yeah, it did.
I'm going to plead ignorance. I don't remember what you're talking about right now. China had not worked with Canada.
Yes, they have.
Okay.
And I sent you the relevant information from Canada's website, from a Canadian website, not a Canadian government website, that's saying they had worked with them. They were going to work with them in 2021 or 2022, but they canceled that. Trudeau was upset about it.
So it didn't happen?
No. They had worked with them previously.
Okay, but
we're supposed to work with them.
Send me what you got on who's in jail. That's all. Send me what you got and we'll talk about it. I got to move on. Send me what you got on who's in jail. We'll talk about it.
I'll send you what I got.
All right, Twisted. Appreciate it. Real quick in the comments, this is comical, says Mike. Now you're not being genuine as a host. Mike is telling me I'm not being genuine. I'd like to know why. Before we move on, I do want to respond to a few super chats here. Appreciate the patience on this. And what did I just see here? Will says, but Trump's logic. Oh, yeah, I did see that. He's saying that by Trump's logic, if we do the most work in a body of water, we should be able to just take it. Because that's what he said about the Gulf. He's saying that we do the most work in the Pacific, the Atlantic Ocean, and many other places. Should we just go around the world snatching up bodies of water? Because, hey, we do all the work in there. Here, Trump is trying to be a globalist, but MAGA thinks Trump is there to get the United States out of world affairs, but it is the complete opposite. In my opinion, it does look like he's doing the exact opposite of what he ran on. He ran on getting us out of global affairs. It sounds like he's going around the world making threats, and as he said, I'm not taking the military off the table. I thought we were not going to have any new wars under you. You're making it clear you might use the military on people. It does look like he's doing the exact opposite of what he promised. Trump and MAGA ain't shit. We'll just go along with whatever Trump says, for real. My analysis is a large portion of MAGA. Now, there's not every single individual that supports Trump or calls himself MAGA. I think there are some people who will push back, But my analysis is a large portion of MAGA will just go along with what Trump is saying. I'm talking about such as when Trump brought Kim Jong-un to America or met with Putin, who are two guys who are considered staunch enemies of the U.S. Trump goes and meets with them. Well, you got to keep our enemies close, and Trump is trying to reach out, go against the status quo. They applauded it. If Trump the next day said we need to bomb these people to the Stone Age, they would go with that too. That is what I've been saying in the program for quite a while, is that I believe the difference between the traditional Republicans and MAGA is the traditional Republicans, they have certain principles: pro-life, pro-Second Amendment, pro-God, small government, fiscal responsibility. That tends to be what traditional Republicans, some of there's more principles than that, but those are some of their core principles. Now, MAGA claims to stand on those same principles and many of the same principles as traditional Republicans. But the difference between MAGA and traditional Republicans is if Trump switches completely on any of those principles, they'll switch with him. They don't have any problem. So traditional Republicans they're based on principles. MAGA is based on Trump. That's the difference I see. MAGA is going to roll with Trump wherever he's at. Traditional Republicans are going to roll with those principles they stand on. Because Trump is not a Christian, for instance. To go on TV and actually say I'm not a Christian, traditional Republicans don't tend to favor that. Isn't that what the lady told John McCain as the reason why she wasn't going to vote for Obama? Because he was a Muslim. He's not a Christian. He's a Muslim. Whereas Trump comes along and admits, I'm not even a Christian. You are, I'm with you, but I'm not one. And it's okay. So I do believe traditional Republicans have principles, and MAGA is going with Trump, which is also, I kind of wonder what happens after Trump is gone for MAGA, because I don't think there's anybody in the Republican Party that can replace the adoration of Trump. J.D. Vance, maybe Elon Musk. J.D. Vance, I think Trump could make folks hate J.D. Vance overnight if he wanted to. So I don't think J.D. Vance is that guy. I think J.D. Vance is primarily, his power source is primarily Trump. If Trump cuts off the power to J.D. Vance, he'll be right alongside Liz Cheney or some of those folks. I don't believe J.D. Vance is the guy. Real quick, looking in the comment section, what did I see there? Yes, police interrogators tipped of the Black Lives Matter rally. I don't quite get that comment there, Will. He says, yes, police interrogators tipped off the Black Lives Matter riots. 14,000 people went to jail of all of the BLM riots. They need to put that information out there, because Trump just today at his press conference talked about BLM rioters did not go to jail. You're telling me 14,000 of them did? Here's something else I think will also that could very well happen under Trump's watch, because it is very popular, at least on the right, and really popular among MAGA. If people were being critical that BLM protesters did not get punished for all of those riots and shit like that, I could easily see Trump and his administration making federal laws out of protesting violations that the states did not enforce on BLM. Like, rioting and loot. If you're rioting and looting, while protesting, it's now a federal felony. That way he can go in there if BLM is doing something crazy, and if the governor or the city don't want to go after these people, they can. I would not be surprised. Like blocking traffic, for instance. That's another thing that the right, the anti-BLM people, really despise that BLM often does. Blocking highway traffic, blocking the flow of traffic. Would not surprise me if the Trump administration tried to make the blocking the flow of traffic a federal offense. Giving them power to go, because they really wanted those people. That's why Trump did the upside down Bible thing. The right really wanted those states to go after BLM. but they're state crimes and the governments locally weren't going to do it. If you can get it to be a federal law, you could give Trump the potential to be able to go in there and go around it. It would not surprise me if he tried to make some of the things they do in the commission of protesting a federal crime, so you can then go after him. And I think he would have a large amount of support from MAGA, a large amount of support from the right. Real quick in the comments before I continue on. I want to make sure I didn't miss anybody's comment real quick. And thank you folks for tapping the screen. Can I get you guys to show the program a little bit more tap the screen, get you guys up to about 40,000. We can make that happen. The only thing I hear is Trump being salty about how he didn't get his way in Panama and now hiding behind the power of the presidency to get back. I think he will successfully do that, Will. I think that Trump's goals on the Panama Canal, if I'm a betting man, he's asking for them to lower the cost of shipping through the Panama Canal. And then, of course, he's making threats if they don't do that. The military is not off the table. I think he'll get that. I think he will get the price of the ships passing through the Panama Canal. I think he will get that lowered. Panama could pass that cost on to some of the other countries that go through there. We'll see, but I think he will get some sort of relief on that out of Panama. Next thing you know, the United States is a global empire, and we are paying higher standard taxes. Something MAGA says Trump won't do. MAGA ain't shit. You telling me MAGA ain't shit now? Oh my God. Aren't libertarians anarchists? It depends on how far you go. A lot of libertarians believe in personal sovereignty. They don't all believe in getting rid of all law enforcement and just total anarchy. There are levels of it. I have talked to a few anarchists, but that shit ain't gonna work. So I think that most libertarians are not a fan of total anarchy. It sounds great when you're in your 20s and you and your buddies all got a bunch of firearms. But when you're an old man and you're my age or you're 70, 80 years old, you don't want to be in an environment that's anarchy. You're not old enough to keep up. Even if you got firearms, you're not old enough. That's some young man shit. Talking about I can handle it myself. And you can handle it now. 20 years from now, you're going to be talking that shit. So that's a young man's thing to say something like that. Leader of the Proud Boys got 20 years and wasn't in D.C., says Mina. I am aware of that. Not only did you say that, Twisted said that, and so did Gen X, I saw in the comments. There's a case against the leader of the Proud Boys for him to get 20 years, and the leader of the Oath Keepers also got 18 years in prison as well. I think the leader of the Proud Boys, man, he was providing, if I'm correct, because I talked about the news story before I go back to the next caller. If I'm correct, they talked about all of the backdoor things he was doing, the leader of the Proud Boys, the guy who never went into the Capitol building. In fact, one of the Capitol police officers just got sentenced to prison recently because he was working with that guy. So not only did the leader of the Proud Boys end up spending a lengthy period of time in prison, one of the Capitol police officers that was working with him also got sentenced to prison because he was working. So he was involved. He was not there, but he was. I'm trying to find the actual case. I'll see if I can bring it up. I'll go to the next caller while I'm doing so, but I'm pretty sure I saw that in the news not long ago. Michael, Charles Manson didn't stab anyone, and guess what? Good point. Good point. Charles Manson spent the rest of his life behind bars. Mike, I'm a bad host. What say you?
No. That's not what I was saying. What I was saying was Twisted was trying to hold you accountable. He was saying you were disingenuous about not bearing the facts he shared with you. But and this is specifically for Twisted because I get frustrated when and I'm gonna speak for myself. So I come on this live, and what they take away from my comments is I'm racist and I hate white people, which is crazy to me. First of all, I don't. Let's clear that up. I don't. But I do appreciate history, and I do understand that our history in this country and since the beginning of the time has come from colonization. That's not my opinion. That's fact. So what Trump is talking about It sounds like he's trying to colonize again. But let's go back to him talking about J6 real quick.
Okay.
Because these are simple searches that you have to do, Twisted. There were people that were arrested, but you got to understand, they had already, sometimes when you're asked to leave and you don't leave, they start rounding up everybody because you've already, once they ask you to leave and you don't leave, you can be arrested. We've seen it before.
Right.
That's just law, Twisted. So listen. So, but here's what happens with people like myself. Here, what I'm hearing from Twisted and others that come on here is you don't want to address the fact that there's this white supremacy component of this, that it is what it is. It's not for us to fix. It is what it is. When you talk about, because for example, he asked where was the information. If you go to justice.gov, not only will you see all the J6 Capitol riot information, you'll see it. They did it every 6 months, Tim.
What do you mean?
Updated every 6.
Oh, you mean updated? What updated the case?
They did. They updated the cases and who was prosecuted, what they were prosecuted for, what their sentences were, what their pleas were. A lot of people pled guilty, right? And we all saw it.
Well, their belief on the guilty pleas is that they were going to be railroaded by the government, and they just took the plea to get less time. They don't believe they're guilty at all.
Okay, fine. So if that's the case, on the same site, justice.gov, you can find a report on all the riots during the BLM George Floyd protests. The same site shows the same detail. So do they not believe that as well?
Oh, they believe it then. They'll believe it then.
Right. Coming from the same site with the same data,
right,
put up by the same agency. So which one is it? And see, that's when we get frustrated, when you want to excuse terrible behavior and leadership because that's your party and that's what you agree with and that's what you want to side with. And I've said it before and I'll say it again. If you want to side with him, you got to own it all. You can't just take the cherry off the top. You got to enjoy the whole Trump Sunday. And they try to avoid it by what he says. Ashley Babbitt was no hero. She wasn't doing any of that.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy that he would say that.
It's a complete lie. And like I told you before, it's sad that she was unalive behind a lie because the whole Stop the Steal was a lie. Again, that's not my opinion. But if you just go read Twisted, listen, everyone acts like you have to be some historian to find out these facts. Someone else in the comments just...
Well, the problem is, it ain't that they got to be historian. The problem is, even if you do the research, they do not believe, like anything that came out of the January 6th hearings, they're not going to believe. Like you mentioned, the .gov website, they don't believe the government is telling you the truth. So the problem is, if you are MAGA, let's say, for instance, you're not going to believe anything that comes out of the investigation of what happened on January 6th. You're going to believe that the government's lying to you. So there is nothing they can tell you about any of those folks that went in the Capitol building that you're going to believe because you don't trust the source. That's the problem.
So the only sources trusted is the source that they believe in,
right,
in themselves, which is again, if that's the case, that is cult-like behavior. Listen. I don't know why we dance around this. They have to listen. You know when you play musical chairs?
Yeah.
When the music stops, you got to sit your ass down somewhere. You got to sit down somewhere. And they refuse to even attempt to sit down, and they make excuses for what is right in front of your face. What Trump did today, first of all, if you want to find out where they mentioned Greenland before today, because he didn't run on any of that stuff, by the way.
But he had mentioned that during his first term.
During the first term, and you know where else they talk about it?
What?
Project 2025. Project 2025. Now, Twisted, since you're always talking about, of course, there's 900 pages. I got it up. I look at it all the time. Because every time something comes up, I do a search to see if what he's talking about and what they're talking about is referenced in that documentation, in that document. All you got to do is do a search, and you'll find it all. So when you say people are making things up, maybe it's just the fact that you guys just aren't looking hard enough because you don't want to know.
Yeah, and that's what, that is a lot of it, is that if you favor Trump, who's saying that the whole thing was a farce, yeah, they're not going to look it up because they don't believe anything that comes. They're going to believe that Trump is right. All of these folks are wrongfully charged wrongfully indicted, wrongfully incarcerated. So no matter where you steer them to, they're going to feel you're steering them to a site that's, bullshit. It's a bunch of fake
so
news.
Here's the thing. So dismiss the site and go to video of people that in their deposition or when they were being interviewed that were J6 insurrectionists, where they said they were there at the behest of Donald Trump. Words out of their mouth. We've seen plenty of video to say that. Is that not wrong? Is that not right either? Those videos are doctored. It's just sad because I've been trying to track you down for 2 days now, by the way.
I was here yesterday. What did I do?
I was on that live with you. I was on that
live no.
about the Haitian stuff. And you see what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
They tried to rip into you because they couldn't provide facts. And they were just pulling videos up from all over the place because they can't bring themselves to admit that they're wrong.
Yeah, I'll respond to that. Just like with January 6th, I'll respond. That was the Haitian migrants eating pets argument. When it's something that they're short on evidence, and they know being short on evidence is making Trump clearly look like he's lying, usually the response is, why are we still talking about that, right? Because when Trump said the Haitian migrants are eating pets, that's only been about 4 months ago. Something as serious as eating people's animals, why would you not want to keep talking about that and get to the bottom of it? I mean, that's a serious offense. Trump himself, during his administration, made it a felony to harm animals. He only said that about 4 months ago. Why would you want to move past that? Because they know it's not making his image look good. They know there's not a lot of there's not much evidence that people are really eating pets, and it's making him look bad. So why are we still talking about that? Why don't we move? Same thing with January 6th. January 6th is not helping Trump's image. Even though Trump keeps bringing it up at every conversation, just like the election of 2020. It's not helping Trump's image. So you often hear, well, why are we still talking about 2020? Because it's not helping him. But Trump is still bringing all of that shit up.
He's still bringing it all up. And then the audacity to talk about possibly using military force. Possibly. He didn't rule it out when he was talking about Greenland and the Panama Canal. I thought we weren't going to be having any conflicts. And then for anyone to come up, Maga Reacts did it, I didn't hear Gen X, and Twisted did it. They don't care what happens to them. Both of them said they don't really care how it happens. Yeah. Greenland or Panama Canal, if it's good for us, it's good for us. I don't really care what happens to them.
But I don't think that's unique to MAGA. I think, to be honest with you, even Democrats, if you can lower the groceries for Democrats, I think if you can lower the groceries and put more money in the average American's pocket, no matter what party they're from, they'll turn a blind eye to a lot of shit. I really believe that.
And I'll say this, if that's the case, I'm not going to change my stance. I think it's chicken shit. I think the reason why we face a lot of the things we do in this world is because people just don't give a shit about each other. Yeah. Period.
I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree with that.
But I will say this. And you were talking about it earlier. Because the J6 riots and all of that stuff, it just is what it is at this point. But when he continues to, propagate these false narratives to get people riled up, and the very people that, and they're not just satisfied with just voting for him. They want to vote for him and tell us how wrong we are because we don't agree with what we see, what we hear, what we read. You've played 3 clips from that interview on this live.
Yeah.
3, maybe even 4. And you played them a couple times.
Yeah.
You played them a couple times. And so then the whatabouts, even Fancy Pants got in here talking about what about Obama renaming Mount McKinley? I'm like, what are we talking about? How do we go from Trump to Obama? And then when you bring it up, do some research. Mount McKinley was named after the 25th president of this country, and those groups and those natives of that territory don't name monuments after people. I don't know if you know that. So they've been protesting this. They've been protesting the naming of Mount McKinley for decades.
And
that was a state legislation. It wasn't federal. It was brought by the state of Alaska. It wasn't like Obama just had nothing to do and say, I just want to rename that mountain like you're trying to rename the Gulf of Mexico. It is colonizing. Plain and simple. The Gulf of America, you're trying to continue to diminish the Mexico and the people of Mexico. That's what that is.
Yeah, he said it's ours.
Right. I mean, damn. And if we need to take Greenland, if we need to take, we should take the shit. What does that sound like to you?
It's to me. What did we say? It's similar to the term eminent domain, but eminent domain is not the correct. What did we say when we took the land from the Native Americans? Something to the effect that it was ordained by God and it was meant to be ours. Mm-hmm. There's a term for that. I can't think of what the term we used. Almost like
I can't recall. I can't recall the term either. But ordained. I told you. I think on our very first. Anytime you can take somebody having a movement or a purpose or a cause, and they do it in the name of Christianity, is the most dangerous thing on the face of the earth.
Really, if they do it in the name of manifest destiny, that's what it is. Manifest destiny. Yeah, that's what they basically, it's what God intended, and that's could be what.
Ain't that a bitch?
Hey,
ain't that a bitch?
God intended for this to be our land.
Like God is telling you to go conquer people at all costs, including unaliving. Just take it because it's yours. That's what the book says. I'm trying to figure out no matter what religion you practice, that's not what that religion means.
Well, let's be clear. Religion does have a lot of aspects of power and control to it. And, if you can get somebody to believe the good book, you can oftentimes have a lot of power and control over them. I mean, we know in this country a lot of the aspects of Christianity, even with kids in the Catholic school and all of that, a lot of that was power. I mean, a lot of it was more about power than actually, being submissive to God. It was more about power.
Right. Well, let me ask you this. Is when you talk to MAGA, why don't you start asking them this question? And this is what source of information would you believe?
Trump. I've said that a million times on the program. Right. Yeah, Trump.
And if that's their only source, then they have to concede that is a cult-like behavior.
I didn't say that.
Full stop. You didn't say it. I'm saying it.
But let me explain that for all my MAGA viewers that are saying this, that both you and me are full of shit. I often get an example that let's fiction, total fiction. Let's say Trump committed a major felony. And I often say, if you are MAGA, who could tell you, let's say he really genuinely committed a major felony, who could tell you and you would actually believe it? And that's where the whole issue is that if Trump is screaming, I didn't do it, it's a witch hunt. Who could tell you that he did it and you would actually believe? First of all, if it ain't on video, you're not going to trust the FBI. You're not going to trust the organizations that may tell you are going to be the FBI, the CIA, NSA, some intelligence organization. He's already convinced you that none of those are credible. None of those are trustworthy. So you're not going to believe, even if he truly was guilty of sin, you're not going to believe any of the organizations responsible for telling you. So, I don't, you can call it a cult, whatever you want to call it. I'm just simply saying that's what makes Trump very difficult if he ever got out of line to hold him accountable. Because people, as long as he's screaming, I'm innocent, that's all that's needed.
And again, so if they don't want to believe the agencies, they don't believe the people that served under him. They don't believe them either, right? You don't believe any of them. You don't believe Mike Pence. You don't believe anyone that's served in his cabinet. You don't believe anybody but him. And here's the one thing that they better understand. When Trump's relationships end with you, they never end well.
They do understand that, but the price is the prize is too fucking big. I understand that. And I'm gonna tell you even my damn self, if Trump wanted to hang out,
don't say that, Tim. I'm
just gonna tell you.
Don't say that, Tim.
I mean, listen. Hold on. Let's be clear. The reason these folks, who we know damn well are not necessarily do not hold Trump in that high regard, they're hanging around him because of money and power. I mean, true enough, if things go south with Trump, your whole damn career, maybe even your safety may be at risk. But if things go well, you're going to become very powerful and possibly very wealthy. It's no different than dealing with drugs. If it go bad, you can die. If it goes well, you can make a ton of money. That's why they hang around him. There's a lot of power and wealth. Ted Cruz don't like Trump. Lindsey Graham don't care about Trump. But if they speak their mind, their whole career is over. And they probably couldn't walk down the street safely. They'd be hanging around Liz Cheney and Mike Pence. So they're going to say what they got to say because it is financially and politically advantageous for them to do so. Now, there's a lot of MAGA that really like Trump, but Lindsey Graham and Ted Cruz are not one of them. I don't even know if J.D. Vance, remember the never Trump, I'm a never Trump guy, and he talked about him being like Hitler. You just changed your mind, huh, when he offered you the VP position. Marco Rubio's another one. They've said some pretty bad things about Trump. I don't believe that they don't still believe that stuff. They just know they can make a hell of a lot of money by being with him.
And they're worse than him, in my opinion, because Congress, I do. I'm going to tell you why. Because, see, they are lying to their constituents. They're winning re-elections. They're winning elections. Some of them have been in office way before Trump. They're lying to their constituents, and none of these policies help the average everyday American. Do people think you're going after the Panama Canal and Greenland to help with your grocery prices? Do people honestly believe that? These are billionaires.
Well, but it probably would. I mean, yeah, but just like I mentioned about hanging around Trump, even if you don't like him, money from Trump, just hanging around a very wealthy person, money can rub off on you because they just got so much. If we start seizing Greenland and Panama and things like that, people in this country are going to become, some people, maybe not you and I, but some people are going to become so wealthy, like I said, just being in proximity with the same people, some of that wealth will rub off on jobs being created, the minerals we're talking about getting from Greenland. Some of that wealth will trickle down to the average person. Maybe not much of it, but chances are the overall wealth of this country will increase if that happens.
It won't increase for the average Americans regardless.
I don't know.
It will not.
I don't know.
No, it won't. Listen, Tim, listen. And again, I'll land where you just said, okay? Let's both say we don't know. What are the odds? Because I have seen nothing. Speaking of that, I'm going to get to this last topic and I'll drop. I've seen nothing that tells me that anything that Trump or his administration did in the first term was for the average American person. It wasn't.
I'm trying to think.
Just because they go after the loaf and a couple of crumbs trickle down doesn't mean that those crumbs were meant for you.
And that's what I mean when I say rub off. That's what I mean when I say hanging around somebody wealthy. Some of their money can rub off on you. It's not that they're trying to give it to you. It's just that there is so much wealth orbiting around them that, you may hang around them. Well, I don't need this car. You can take it. Or just hanging around somebody who's super wealthy. I've had this watch. You can have this watch. You really like? Shit rubs off on you because you're hanging around somebody who's so damn wealthy. That's what I'm talking about.
But none of us. No, I understand. But none of us and his supporters are actually hanging out around him, which is my point. They're not close enough to get it.
Yeah, but
they won't. It's just
if our country starts being, if the number of ultra wealthy billionaires goes up in this country, I do believe the average citizen, some of that, not much, I'm not saying a large portion, but some of that will trickle down to the population.
And at what cost? Because you said it earlier, the more we go after these other countries, there's a lot of countries that don't like America already.
True. And that will increase.
So it'll put more of us at risk. So when I say at what cost, that's what I mean. You have to suspect if this rhetoric continues, there will be countries putting their eyes and their sights on us for years. See, the one thing that they're willing to play the long game, right?
No, they'll be dead soon.
Other countries,
they'll be fucking dead soon. They don't care. They'll be dead soon.
Right. But I'm gonna say this last thing. Twister, and this is to him and any other MAGA when they talk about race. You guys have to understand, as Black people in this country, we've had to fight for every right that we've had. The Constitution wasn't written for us. The amendments gave us rights, and we had to fight for those. But just today, they passed the Lincoln-Riley Act. You saw that today, right?
No. Give me the details.
Yes. So I'm just paraphrasing because I was looking at, but basically, and it goes to the immigrants that aren't, that aren't here legally, and they have some very minimal convictions, right? Basically trying to get them out of here. But my point is, every law, every act, every law that's come in this country, for the most part, not all, but the majority, let me say it that way. Okay. Megan's Law, Amber Alert, the Poly Class Act.
They all for white people.
What say it?
They all for white people.
But when they try to take the George Floyd Act to Congress, what happened?
They shot it down. I get your point. Point well taken.
So the empirical evidence continues to show us that black and brown people aren't valued the same. Period. Yeah. Period. And they really don't have any evidence to refute it, other than to say that what about that and what about that? I
do got to move it on, but I can't argue with that. They did shoot down the George Floyd Act, and they you're right. All of the acts we passed are generally, because we, even with the Amber Alert, missing girls, when African Americans come up missing, you see John Benet Ramsey or Natalie Holloway. You can't even think of any nationally known African American or person of color that came up missing and made national news. But you can come up with a bunch of them on the others. It's a difference. I mean, that's why they say, Black Lives Matter. They don't seem to in some cases. But I'll leave it as that.
But here's the thing, though, and I'm gonna leave it at this. But as they say, one life is too many, though. but George Floyd's life wasn't enough. But Lincoln Riley's was, and now it's a law. Now it's a law. But George Floyd's couldn't pass. And here's the thing: Democrats signed up for the Lincoln Riley Act as well, and I don't even have a problem with it. But what I'm saying is, when the George Floyd Act comes up, you can't get Republicans on board, and you wonder why. And they saw the video. We didn't see the video. What happened to Lincoln
Fair
Riley?
enough. All right.
God rest her soul.
Yeah. Appreciate it, man. Thank you. All right, moving on with the program. And listen, the George Floyd Act, I think, other than him being black, the other pushback is that, well, first of all, you're holding cops accountable. That is not very popular on the right, particularly if you're holding cops accountable for something they did to a person of color. That's just, there's not a lot of motivation or initiative to do that from the right. Because usually when a person of color, meets an untimely demise, the first thing the right generally does is first say, well, I need to see the whole video. No, I don't care what you've seen. There's got to be more I need to see, or I need to know what he did first. So, I mean, the pushback is usually pretty strong. So the George Floyd bill is holding police officers accountable, which is something the right doesn't favor. Now, he mentioned the difference between the life of somebody who is a person of color, being viewed as less than. There's absolutely some legitimacy to that as well. And then last but not least, unlike Lincoln Riley, George Floyd did have a lengthy criminal record, and they're using his prior criminal history against him, which is not necessarily even relevant in the case of what's going on. Because same thing with Jordan Neely, Daniel Penny choking the guy out, they used his criminal history against him as if Daniel Penny somehow knew he was choking out a habitual felon or something like that. He didn't know, but their criminal history also matters. Whereas Lincoln Riley comes across as a pure victim. It shouldn't factor in. I'm not making any excuse for it. I'm just explaining it. But their criminal history, just because you're a criminal, should not excuse somebody, committing a wrongful homicide against you. It shouldn't factor in. But the whole notion is, well, he was a bad guy. Nobody's going to miss him anyway. Or good riddance. He's paying karma for all the other crimes that he's done to people. So there's not a lot of love for him. So that's what generally happens. Anytime you try to demand that a police officer is held accountable for something they did, you've heard of the phrase dirtying up? That's the first thing that comes to mind. It's particularly with people of color for some strange reason. Anytime a person of color is claiming something, that they were wronged by a non-person of color, the first thing that happens is people try to dirty that person up. If I'm correct, when Trayvon Martin, now George Zimmerman was not a cop, but if I'm correct, they even was bringing up on Trayvon Martin, who was only like 17. He didn't have much to really, much to criticize. They started bringing up that he was truant from school sometimes. Now, when George Zimmerman is chasing him down, school's not in session, so it's not like he's ditching school. They're bringing up, well, sometimes he misses school, and they brought up that he smokes marijuana. They were looking. This is what I mean when I say dirtying up. They were trying to find anything they could. He didn't have the rap sheet of George Floyd or some of these other folks, so they came up with what they could find. They started showing pictures of him looking more menacing in the hood. They were trying to dirty him up. So that does happen. I don't know how to preach against it, but that does happen, what my last caller was saying. Real quick, continuing on with the program, and thank you folks that are tapping the screen. Can we get to 50,000? Is that possible? Tap the screen, TikTok, get the likes up. This is an uncensored program. We are and always will remain MAGA friendly. Been that way since day one. I know we get more liberal viewers or liberal callers. I got a lot of MAGA viewers on YouTube, but we get more liberal callers on TikTok than we do MAGA. And that has nothing to do with me selecting the callers. I would pick MAGA all day. It's just that more liberals come by the program on TikTok. I think MAGA is adverse to TikTok because of its, being a Chinese app or whatever. But if you're MAGA and you want to come to the handsome liberal on TikTok, I'll bring you right up. You can chastise me, we can challenge each other, but I don't ban your speech, and I don't talk down on my guests. So whatever your opinion is, we'll talk about it. I may view what you're saying as completely wrong. You may have the same sentiment towards me, but you'll get plenty of time to speak your point. So understand we do believe in free speech here. Real quick, looking in the comments before I continue on. Will says everything from housing to school to healthcare was a easy, fast track or freely given until integration. Today, MAGA will low-key let it all go just so long as brown people don't get it. I can't speak on what MAGA will do yet because I haven't seen it, but that is true that before people of color had equal rights, a lot of the social programs were actually in existence. And then all of a sudden, once those programs were also available to people of color, a lot of folks voted against having it happen. And that's one of the problems when people say, well, I should be able to decide where my tax money goes. I'm not necessarily, because I'm not a total fan of that, because the historical precedent is in this country, a lot of people didn't want their tax money to go to things that benefit people of color. I don't want my tax money to go to schools that ain't in my neighborhood. All my schools got mostly white children in them. Why should my money go across town? So all of a sudden when you do that, and the majority of the money is in the white community, it's pretty clear to start seeing how one neighborhood is going to be dilapidated and one neighborhood is going to be doing fairly well. So I'm not a fan of letting citizens decide where their tax money goes, because there are plenty of citizens that will do that. I don't want my tax money going to stuff over there. I don't live over there. I don't hang around over there. Why should my money go over there? Then that neighborhood starts falling apart. I mean, that guarantees a poor neighborhood's going to remain that way, because they don't have any money, and the neighborhood that does don't want any of their money going there. That's kind of how our country was ran for a long time. MAGA compares J6 to BLM riots. True. J6ers knowingly stole, destroyed, classified sacred government property, and threatened government officials. BLM and Antifa peacefully protested with police instigation. Well, there's some pushback on that. Okay, you said MAGA compares J6 to BLM riots. That's a fact. But you're saying that people on January 6th knowingly stole, destroyed, classified sacred government property. Well, if you're BLM and you burn a police station down, or you flip over a police car, that is government property. You're kind of doing the same thing. It ain't Nancy Pelosi's desk, but it is government property. It's just city government. So, I mean, BLM did destroy government property as well. And you said, and threatened government officials. Well, if you threaten the cops, you're threatening government officials as well. And there are plenty of BLM that did that, throwing rocks at them in bottles and stuff like that. So there is some comparisons, but I always say there's a huge difference between trying to, burn a CVS or a Best Buy down, as opposed to making all of the heads of state cower for their lives. It's just, they're not on the same playing field. I mean, nobody's going to be talking about who burned down a Best Buy in 2035. Taking over the Capitol building will still be something that comes up. It's the significance of taking over the Capitol building. Hell, Best Buy may not even be a business in 2035 with Amazon. Now, people may not even know what Best Buy is by then. It might be telling a 20-year-old about Circuit City. They don't know what that is. Or a 30-year-old about Montgomery Wards. They don't know what that is. But the Capitol building will still fucking be there. And the fact that it was overran will still be big news. So comparing the BLM riots of 2020 to the January 6th issue, that'll be a conversation to mention maybe for another 5 or 6 years. But what happened with BLM in 2020, that will fade away into history. Just like there was a whole lot of riots during the Martin Luther King protests. Most of those riots have kind of faded. I mean, we know about Selma and a couple big ones, but most of that stuff has faded away. But taking over the Capitol building would not. So I tell you, 10, 15 years from now, when people bring up that the Capitol building was overran, bringing up BLM is not going to be relevant anymore, because it'll be a new generation. They won't know nothing about that. So J6 will be in the history books. BLM will not be. Unless you let a Republican write the history books. And then they'll have a couple articles about J6 and they'll have a bunch of pictures of black people throwing stuff at police. Depends on who write the history books. But the protests of 2020 against police brutality, that's not going to be much of an issue 10, 15 years from now, because we've had flare-ups in terms of riots every generation. I mean, the Rodney King beating sparked protests and riots all over the country. You don't hear about that stuff anymore. You hear about the one in LA, but when Rodney King's assailants were found not guilty, they didn't just riot in LA. There were riots all over the country. Nobody talks about that anymore. That doesn't come up. So, like I said, bringing up January 6th and having MAGA counter with the BLM riots, that's an argument that's only going to go on for so long. Soon, the BLM riots will fade from history, and the J6 thing will live on. 100 years from now, the Capitol building got overran in the United States. That'll be around for a long time. So it's not going to be a comparison much longer. Looking in the comments, I don't know what I just missed out on. Let me go back to, what am I looking at here? Everything from Houston to everything from housing to school and healthcare. Yeah, I did read that. I want to make sure I didn't miss out any. I don't like to miss out on your super chats. Ed says, no one I know talks about J6. I will help. I mean, it says no, or I don't know. I can't. Your abbreviations always get me, Ed. Says no one I know talks about J6. You will help make it a holiday. I kind of covered that earlier, Ed. You says no one you know talks about J6. That's probably because you are indeed a supporter of Trump, and there's nothing wrong with supporting Trump, but you're a supporter of Trump, and you probably associate mostly with people that also support Trump. Most of your news probably is favorable to Trump or right-wing causes, and they're not going to bring up J6 because it makes Trump look bad. Chances are there are more people you know or more news outlets you know that talk about the riots of 2020 with Black Lives Matter. But you're not going to hear a lot about J6 from Fox News or something because it makes them look bad. Like I mentioned, that's what I mentioned earlier. When you start talking about J6, or you start talking about the 2020 election being stolen, or you start talking about Haitian migrants eating cats and dogs, most Trump supporters will ask, why are we still talking about that? Why can't we move on? Because it doesn't make him look good. The whole 2020 elections was stolen thing, where there's nowhere near enough significant proof. We know Dominion voting machines and a fake elect. There's a lot of things that There were just a lot of lies, and a lot of folks played guilty. MAGA don't want to talk about that. They don't want to talk about the J6 riots or protests because it doesn't make them look good. So when you say my friends don't talk, yeah, they don't talk about it because it doesn't make them look good at all. The liberals are the ones that are going to bring that up. And the Haitian migrants in particular, eating pets. Why wouldn't you want to talk about that? Why wouldn't that be something of serious concern? If you have immigrants in this country that are eating people's pets, why the hell would you want to stop talking about that? Why wouldn't you want to go into that town and save the pets? I mean, the Haitian migrants have not left. So if they're eating people's animals, why wouldn't you be calling for more people to draw attention to this issue and go in there and save these poor animals? The fact that MAGA keeps saying, well, why do we got to keep talking about it, shows that you realize it ain't happening. And you realize it's hurting Trump's image to keep bringing it up. That's why. I mean, like literally the day after it happened, let's stop talking about that. That's kind of where we went with that. Almost immediately. Let's kind of move on from that because you know it's not helping his image out. Anyhow, looking in the comments, the only thing that's from love is his. Oh, the only thing that's from love is his money. Well, I'll leave it at that. Winners write the history books. That ain't always true. That's usually true. Coyote Cow. But I always bring up the Confederates of the South. They didn't win, and they wrote a lot of history. If history was wrote accurately, chances are nobody would like the Confederate South, but they wrote a lot of history, and they wrote out of history a lot of their atrocities. So just like I do believe if Germany had won World War II, the Holocaust would have never happened. They would have just simply said, hey, look, during war, people come up missing. We ain't got nothing to do with that. Those folks are either they've defected and they live other places and they don't want to be found, or some of them were missing. I mean, that's kind of what happens during war. They would have never admitted that they did all of that. I mean, which is kind of what the Confederates did. A lot of the atrocities they committed, they kind of were able to write that stuff away. I mean, you see what is on the plaque of Confederate soldiers, it's all positive shit. They don't tell you what they were actually fighting on behalf of. You listen to a lot of the folks in the South where the Civil War had nothing to do with slavery. I had somebody tell me that if the Confederates had won the war, they were going to immediately free black people. What the fuck? Look it in the comments. Okay, going back to the box. Like I said, they got to write a lot of the history, and they did themselves a favor by writing out things that they may have done that was wrong. They were going to immediately free black people. My response was, well, then why did they continue treating them horrible after slavery? He didn't have an answer for that. What is that name there? Dad Or maybe it's Sleep All right, we're going to definitely drop that. Oh my God. Okay, he was waiting maybe a little bit too long, apparently. Have you ever read a primary source from the 1860s? Obviously not. Here's the problem with that. Luke B. During the 1860s, right after the Civil War, once the slaves were free, a lot of African Americans started becoming prominent. You had African American business owners, you had African American politicians, and a lot of folks on the right used that to suggest that the whole notion that the South were mistreating blacks is not true. What they don't tell you is this, and I use the comparison to the Afghanistan war because they have exact similarities. After we defeated the Taliban or whatever was in place in Afghanistan, we occupied the country. We had U.S. soldiers and, we had our might and power in Afghanistan. While we were there, women began becoming, they started living a life of some, resembling equality. They weren't completely equal to men by any means, but their level of freedom increased. While the U.S. was there, women started being able to own their own business. They could suddenly read, and it was legal for them to get an education. I believe they were allowed to drive for the first time. They started gaining rights after the U.S. defeated the Taliban and while the U.S. occupied Afghanistan. But the minute Trump made that deal with the Taliban and they left, the botched evacuation, all of that. When we left Afghanistan, we know 13 service personnel died and all of that under Biden. We can talk about that. But once the U.S. left Afghanistan and we took all of our personnel out of there, the Taliban went right back to oppressing women. As we speak, they are no freer than they were before we came now. They can't get an education anymore. They can't own a business anymore. They can't drive any of that. The similarity to that, to the Confederate South, is exactly the same, which is why somebody in the comments talking about, have you read Primary Source from 1860s? Well, right after the Civil War, just like right after the invasion of the right after we conquered Afghanistan, right after Lincoln defeated the Confederates, there were Union soldiers all over the South, just like there were U.S. soldiers all over Afghanistan. Just like the U.S. soldiers protected the rights of women, the Union soldiers protected the rights of black freed slaves in the South. So for a short period of time after the Civil War, just like the women in Afghanistan, black people started actually resembling something leveling equality. It wasn't equal by any means, but they started seeing more freedoms in their life while those Union soldiers were down there protecting them. And after Abraham Lincoln was assassinated, the Union soldiers, just like the U.S. soldiers in Afghanistan, they left the South, just like the U.S. soldiers left Afghanistan. And just like the Taliban, the Confederates went right back to oppressing black people. So anytime you hear somebody bring up how great black people lived in the South, notice how close it is to the end of the Civil War. And you'll see what I'm talking about. For it's when those Union soldiers were down there. The minute those Union soldiers left, they started oppressing black people for about 100 years. That's all the way up into the Martin Luther King era. But you will hear a lot of people bring up that black people weren't being treated that bad after the Civil War, and they'll bring up that time period right after the Civil, like a year or two out. Tell them to bring up something that happened 20 years after the Civil War. You'll notice there's no black people down there doing anything worth a damn because they don't went right back to oppressing them. Now, in the comments, somebody says, pack your bags. It wasn't always that easy, though. It ain't, I mean, once slavery ended, you had a choice to become a sharecropper and continue working on the plantation or whatever. But if you wanted to just pack your bags and head north, I mean, you didn't have a car, first of all. So you're going to do it by foot. You couldn't be like Jamie Foxx, a Negro on a horse. You couldn't get access to a horse. So let's say you are in rural Mississippi and they just freed the slaves and you do want to go up north. How are you going to get there? You gonna walk? You gonna walk from Mississippi to Chicago? I mean, how you gonna get there? I mean, most people are not going. You don't have any money, so you can't pay anybody, and it's not exactly safe to scour the countryside. How you gonna eat? I mean, you can't go out and hunt. You're on somebody's land; they'll kill you. I mean, so a lot of them just stayed down south where it was safe, what they knew. It wasn't safe to venture, even though even though you're no longer a slave, it ain't safe to venture up north. So they just stay where they were. Bet you have more European than me. Not according to Ancestry.com, unless you got zero. I don't know what it says, America for natives, not yet. Look, I hate to have to keep putting people, but when you type the same thing over and over again, I don't really like censoring people, but a couple of my guests get in here, they just type the same shit over and over again, leaving me no choice but to, remove them from the program. All right, looking in the comments. I don't want to make sure I didn't miss anything there. Tim, the black workers were chained to industrial equipment in factories in the North. Yikes. I'm just going to simply say, you're going to tell me the North was just as bad as the South? I don't buy it. I'm just telling you that. I'm not saying the North. I'm not saying you can go to the North and be 100% free by any means at all. But the history of the South is worse. It's just period. I mean, there was racism in the North as well, but there was. I mean, like I said, we're talking about slave. Most of the Jim Crow laws and shit like that, they weren't in the North. You did have plenty of racism, but it was a difference between North and South. If those are the only two choices you have, North or South, you're going to go North. I mean, it was kind of like I guess the difference between being in a fire or being in a very warm frying pan that you could kind of survive, but it was very uncomfortable. Real quick, Michael, go invent humanity. I don't know what that means. The Great Compromise of 1876. What was it? You know, what was the Great Compromise of 1876? You can tell me. What nonsense did Trump say? Well, in regards to what nonsense Trump says, we've played the clips. You've heard enough of it. I do appreciate the 40. We didn't get what we wanted to get on the likes, but I do appreciate the 44,000. The Neanderthals never know what humanity is. Why do you guys keep this same person, Kamala Harris or whatever? Listen, you've mentioned the Neanderthals about 100 times during the live. Okay, your point is whatever it is has been made, but typing the same thing over and over again. In the comments, Lincoln even said if he could keep the Union together. Yeah, he did say that. He said if I could end a civil war without freeing a slave, I would do it. If I could end a civil war by freeing every slave. He made it clear, I really don't care about slavery. I just want the Civil War to end. That was his. Now, he gets credit for ending slavery, but he did make it clear he really didn't care about slavery. He cared about maintaining the country as a whole. He only chose to liberate blacks because he felt it would be advantageous to end the Civil War. So, but I always say, anytime somebody brings that up, if I need help and you provide it, I don't care if you like me or not. If you came during my most desperate time and offered me help, the fact that you don't like me is not necessarily relevant. You saved me. And that's, I mean, at the end of the day, nobody else did what he did. He freed African Americans. So I'm going to give him credit. I mean, like I said, we weren't exactly free after slavery, but it definitely was the beginning of a step up. So the fact that he didn't really want to do it, true, but he did it. So he deserves credit for it. They don't care about the struggle, just succeed. I don't quite know what you're saying there. There are multiple matches for famous black slave owners in America, including Anthony Johnson, William Elson, and I'll just tell you this in regards to bringing up stuff like that. Counterpoint, all white people weren't bad. Blacks owned slaves too, or blacks sold blacks into slavery. Why didn't they discuss that more in the history books? You know why, in my opinion, I believe it is, if you're going around telling people that only white people have the knowledge to be in positions of leadership, that black people are incapable of being in managerial positions and things like that, then you can't even tell people that there are some black slave owners out there that are successfully running a business and a farm, because it goes against the narrative that they're incapable of running a business. I really believe that has a lot to do with it. They couldn't tell you the truth because their narrative made it sound like blacks were one step above chimpanzees and didn't know what the hell they were doing. So yeah, you got some successful men out north or out east that's doing it pretty good, but I can't even tell you about them because I don't convince my audience that they all suck. They don't have the brain power. So there you go. I was talking about pack your bags thing. All right, Ray. Just because you didn't get a proper education, it doesn't mean you're allowed to lie about history, my man. Luke, it would help if you would actually type in something of value then I mean, okay, you don't agree with my take on history. Provide an alternative that makes more sense. That would help the program. You can criticize me, I can criticize you, but you're not adding anything to the forum. And I'm reading your comments, by the way. I'm not running from your comments. If your criticism is valid, I'll read that too, but you're not adding anything. You're just telling me you don't agree with what I'm saying. That doesn't add anything. Assholes come in all shades and colors. That's true, Denise. That is true. Cherokee Indians owned slaves too. It's in the history books. Yeah, like I said, the history books in this country, because when you say Cherokees own slaves, it's in the history books. I wasn't taught that in school. In fact, the amount of education we received pertaining to the Native Americans, a couple chapters here or there, most of the history we're taught in this country is about the accomplishments of white America. World War II in this country, December 7th, 1941, it was over in August of 45 with the atomic bombs in Japan. So World War II is only like from 41 to 45. So you're talking, really about 4 or 5 years. Now there's a buildup, obviously, the rise of the Third Reich and all of that. But for the most part, it's a decade or so. That's it. We cover that in the history books. That small period in time gets far more coverage in most history books than the 400 years of slavery. All of the stuff you're talking about the Cherokees and the Native Americans, all of that shit gets less coverage than some of the accomplishments of white America. I mean, I'm just the way it is. I mean, you get a lot of coverage about individuals, generals, battles, and all of that of World War II in the history books and things like that. You got to make more effort when you want to find out about the history of African Americans or the history of the Indians. You got to actually make more effort to do that. Now you may have to go to the library or something like that. But the World War II stuff, it's in schools. They're actually teaching that to the kids. So that has a lot to do with it. Certainly when you start talking about the Irish slaves and blacks who owned slaves and all that shit, that ain't in the history books. You got to go look for that. You got to go to the library or get online somewhere and look for that. They're not teaching that to kids in school. So definitely the way our history was taught in this country was deliberately and intentionally meant to be misleading. Like I always say, it was taught from a perspective of American exceptionalism as opposed to actual fact. It wasn't taught that way. And I think they're still doing that. I think they're still trying to do that. Shane says, now I need a whole holiday month. I guess you're talking about Black History Month. Oh, holiday month. I mean, I don't know what, listen, it ain't like nobody gets any days off work paid on Black History Month, okay? At best, it's a commemoration. Ain't nobody getting shit on Black History Month. Whole holiday my ass. I got to work every day. Every weekday in February, I got to go to work. I don't get shit for Black History Month. I get to watch a few black movies on TV. I'm long out of school, and I don't get anything for Black History Month. You can have that month anytime you want it. If you want a month where you just sit around and commemorate white people, go for it. I don't get nothing out of that. So don't be stuck on what you were taught. Go learn it. Yeah, but that don't mean just because I wasn't taught it and you're recommending I learn it, Draco, that doesn't mean I don't get to criticize the fact that they're deliberately not teaching it. I mean, you got Florida, what was it, last year or 2023? It became a big issue that they were trying to teach kids in school down there that there were benefits to being a slave. They just were doing that a year or two ago. And it became a major concern. Like, why are you teaching kids that slaves, there were benefits to being a slave? Well, they learned a trade or they learned some kind. That's fucking useless. I don't care what a slave learned. You can't make any money off of it. Nobody's going to hire you and pay you anything to do that. Okay, you learned how to make wagon wheels, or you learned how to be a blacksmith, okay, but you still got to do what you learned on command for free. That's not a benefit. And they were putting that in books, trying to teach kids that there was benefits to being a slave. What good is a skill if you can't do anything for this skill to benefit yourself? And you have to use this skill anytime you're ordered by someone else for their benefit or face violence. That's not a benefit. Ed says, LOL, you think we helped Afghan by unaliving millions and imposing our values? Their women didn't even agree with it because it goes against their religion. Now, I can tell you right off the bat, there are plenty of women that did agree with it. There's plenty of women that would agree with being able to choose their own husband or being able to own a business or drive if they wanted to. They don't agree with it because they're scared that if they don't agree with it, somebody's going to hurt them. I guarantee you, there's plenty of women that would agree with it because they were utilizing it. They were women that were starting to get educated and drive. They were utilizing it. So I disagree with you on that. You're going to tell me people don't want to be free? They're scared to fight for freedom, but they would love to be liberated. Okay, I think I read all the code. Why do you think Trump wants to get rid of the Federal Department of Education? Could be like what some of my other viewers said. I don't know for sure. He's claiming it's wasteful, but it wouldn't surprise me if it was because of what I talked about earlier. I don't want my money going to help people that I don't choose. I want my money to go to I want my money to go to schools that I favor. I don't want my money. I believe it's something of that nature. I do believe if the Department of Education is disbanded, you're going to see certain groups of people have schools and facilities that are even more dilapidated than they are now. If you return a lot of this stuff to the private sector, people are not going to share with each other. I mean, the only way poor people are going to get access to any civil services in this country is people who are going to have to share with them. And a lot of times the haves do not want to share with the have-nots. The only way to make it work is you have to have federal intervention or at least state or government intervention to some sort where you collect tax money and that money helps those people out. If you leave it up to the haves to voluntarily help the have-nots, you're going to have some really poor have-nots. Few of them are okay. Well, a few of them are willing to donate a little bit. You can get a little bit of relief from the church, but it won't be anywhere near enough. We tried that in America before welfare and things like that. And you can look at how the have-nots lived as a perfect example of how bad it is. The haves ain't going to share. They're not going to share. I mean, Jeff Bezos, second wealthiest man in America right now, his employees, the Amazon workers, were striking because they weren't getting paid shit. He's the second wealthiest man in the world, at least in America. And you're paying these people shit. They're going on strike. I mean, the haves don't like to share. They don't like to share. So if you don't have government, like a Department of Education or something like that, I think you'll have a lot of folks forced to do menial work. That might replace, I'll just say this, that might replace the lost immigrants. Let's say Trump is successful and he gets rid of a lot of our immigrants that are doing these menial labor jobs. So, well, who's gonna pick, who's gonna pick the crops and who's gonna do all these jobs since you don't kicked all these people out? Well, if a certain group of people, once the Department of Education is gone, can barely get an education because there's very little resources going to their neighborhoods, they would be perfect candidates to do those jobs. They're lowly educated. They don't have a lot of hope. They would be the perfect people to fill in those jobs of lost immigrants. They're born in America. They probably would still be brown, to be honest with you, but they're born in America, and some of them folks end up filling those jobs. That's my opinion on it. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's my opinion on it, that if you get rid of the Department of Education, some of them folks are going to end up doing those jobs. Looking in the comments, Africa needs to pay reparations. The whole continent? The entire continent doesn't even have anything to do with the slave trade. There are plenty of countries on the continent of Africa. What you want the whole country to pay reparations? For what? um, some of those American kids are going to have to get. Let me read that again. Some of those American kids are going to have to get off their butts to pick the strawberries. Yeah, that's what will likely happen. Certainly, if you get rid of the Department of Education, and let's say I'm living in a neighborhood that I grew up poor, a few schools in the area. I go to school, I'm in a class that's 40, 50 kids deep. My education ain't shit. I mean, the teacher is overworked. The textbooks are old. They can barely get one or two computers for the whole class to use. I'm not getting a real good education going to that school. And because there's no Department of Education, we got to beg and scrap up wherever we can find money to make sure the school even maintains operation. That's not a good education anybody is getting going there. Those are perfect candidates to grow up and fill in those immigrant jobs. That ain't no rocket scientists coming out of this school. There's not many doctors coming out of this school. You might have a few rappers, a few basketball players, but in terms of academics, ain't nobody really, ain't too many high-level people coming out of a school like that. That's what could happen if you get rid of the Department of Education and leave it up to the haves to make sure our education system is funded. You're going to have a lot of areas where the children are guaranteed to get very little in terms of a quality education. And that would help replace all those lost immigrants. You going to do the job, Tim? No, I'm not. No, I don't. I believe you let the immigrants keep doing it. You want all of America to pay reparations for what? How the hell did reparations come up? Who the fuck said anything about reparations? Why do you keep hammering reparations? I didn't say nothing about that. Some of the American kids are going to get, oh, I saw that already. Defunding education will separate the have and have-nots, which is the poor, will be left back. Yeah, I definitely believe that's what will happen if you, because notice he's talking about getting rid of the Department of Education and not replacing it with anything. So how does the funding for inner city schools continue? So yeah, I definitely think if he does that, you're going to really degrade the quality of education for certain neighborhoods, certain people, and things like that. Ain't no one white had a party as big or like a Diddy party. That's bullshit. Reagan, what does that say? I cannot pronounce the last name of that. You're saying that ain't nobody white had a party that was as big or like a Diddy party? It says, have you not heard of Epstein? Have you not heard of Hugh Hefner? The guy who owned Playboy or Flynn, all of them white dudes. When Bill Cosby was allegedly drugging women to have his way with him, he was at white people's parties. He was hanging around Hugh Hefner and shit like that. In fact, he testified. That's who taught him how to use Quaaludes to drug up women. There are plenty of white parties that have been equivalent to Diddy. We just keep in mind. This is going to sound racial, but this is a free speech program. You can criticize me like people are doing in the comments. But keep in mind, a lot of things that are considered outrageous, atrocious, or very illegal now were totally legal a few generations when only white people were doing it. I mean, I'm talking about everything from taking lives to, sexual exploits of people against their will. A lot of things used to be, you could get away with doing them in this country until we now have equality. It just like DEI hires, like we talk about DEI hires all the time. That was the American way until people of color started benefiting from it, and now it's a problem. I mean, you could do quite a bit in this country. You could. I mean, have you seen the movie Mississippi Burning? I mean, you can do quite a bit of bad things in this country and not face justice for it. All of a sudden, P. Diddy's throwing a party, and oh my God, that's terrible. You think this is the first time that kind of shit has happened? Really? I'll give you a perfect example. Imagine if you could buy women. Imagine if you could. P. Diddy had a ton of money, but currently in America, you cannot legally buy somebody. Think back to the time when you could actually buy women. You don't think no P. Diddy parties happened back then? You don't think some wealthy slave owner was buying girls and it had nothing to do with picking cotton? No chance that happened at all, huh? No white parties like P. Diddy. Get the fuck out of here. You don't think that was happening? I mean, you could literally make a P. Diddy party. You could call every slave you got out of the field and make them all perform right in front of you. They couldn't say no. They didn't have a right to say no to that. There was plenty of P. Diddy parties happening back then. It just was legal. It was just legal. I mean, what do you think? How do you think slaves were breeded? I mean, how do you think that happened? Nobody's consenting to that. They don't have a right to consent or turn it down. You bring it. You call in a fertile female from the field, and you call in a fertile male from the field, or you do it yourself if you're really excited. She don't have a right to refuse that. You can do that as many times as you want. She don't have to be 18. She don't have to be 15. She just has to be somebody you're interested in. No P. Diddy parties, huh? Okay. Somebody told me I didn't know history. Okay. You realize how many kids were getting banged and shit back then? We don't hear anything about those high-end retail CEOs getting caught up traffic. Yeah, there's plenty of P. Diddy parties going on. That's crazy. Matt Gaetz was at P. Diddy parties. It just wasn't hosted by P. Diddy. Matt Gaetz is a perfect example of somebody that was hanging around P. Diddy parties. They just didn't call them P. Diddy parties. A big, strong male would be required to breed multiple women. Yeah, unless the master himself wanted the woman. You got to keep in mind, anywhere men, and I'm not just talking about white guys, any color, any culture, anywhere where men have total control, rape kind of happens. That just kind of goes along with it. I mean, anywhere where men have total control without any accountability, you can be guaranteed there's some raping going on there. Guaranteed. And in the world of the slave trade, that's exactly what was happening. You had men who had zero accountability. When you purchased a female slave and you took her home to your plantation, it wasn't like animal control or somebody came to make sure she was all right. Nobody ever questioned how she was doing for the rest of her life. Nobody ever showed up and asked you to, how is she doing? Can we do a health check? Nobody ever asked to show. You could do whatever you wanted with that person. Period. Guaranteed. Lots of people were being assaulted back then. And then you gotta assume the cost required to be a slave owner. Only 1% of whites owned slaves. It wasn't easy to do that. So you had to be a wealthier white person to own slaves. Chances are that means they were older. You generally develop wealth as you get older. You get to be my age and you got access to a bunch of 17, 18-year-olds, or maybe even 13 or 14-year-olds, whatever you find attractive. You can do whatever you want. Your wife or your spouse is probably somewhere around your age. She's getting older. She don't look as good as she did in her 20s. These folks in the field got perfect fit bodies. That's all they do is work out all day for you. They are perfectly fit. You're going to tell me the only difference between them and your wife is they're brown. But body-wise, they look like models. Your wife may have gotten fat and things like that as old age has kicked in. They look like models. They're all young and fit. You're going to tell me none of these slave owners pulled any of them to the side and had their way with them? Only white people, only black people went to P. Diddy parties. All right. LOL, they probably had P. Diddy parties on steroids. And yeah, I'm telling you, it was wow. I'm sure that was wow. Like I say, anywhere men can act with impunity without any accountability, rape is kind of going to come. Any military that takes over an area, and if their superiors don't demand that they behave like gentlemen, that's what's going to happen. You don't took out all of the male opposition in a village and ain't nothing remaining but women and children. If your leadership doesn't tell you to behave, you can be guaranteed soldiers are going to be doing that to women all throughout that area. I mean, that's just anywhere men go and there's no accountability, rape is going to kind of follow with them. Mike Jeffries, it's a bunch of them. It's a bunch of them. Mowgli says, "Tell it." Yeah, a lot of folks don't like to hear it, but Crombie and Fitch, yeah, that was a gay thing with Crombie and Fitch. That was happening too, but that was a boy on boy thing. American soldiers better not. They already did in Vietnam. I also read Bill O'Reilly. You know, I've read all of Bill O'Reilly's books, the Killing series. He writes some pretty good books. I've read them all. He has one called Killing Patton. And he even talks about how American soldiers did that. Went in essentially raped a bunch of women. And I think it was either Eisenhower or Patton. They chose, as opposed to bringing down morale, they chose not to punish any of them. A lot of USGIs did that in World War II to some of those places that they defeated. They also did. Like I say, anywhere where men ain't held accountable, they gonna do that shit. I mean, you may have heard of the raping of Nanking, where the Japanese went into China and just hundreds of women. I mean, it just happens. It's what's going to happen. They did that in the Philippines. So yeah, you're saying that American soldiers did it in the Philippines. Yeah, it happens. It definitely happens. If you don't hold men accountable and you let them have full control over a bunch of women, some of them women are going to get it. And like I said, in the era of slavery, you could literally buy people and own them from cradle to grave. Like, even if you tell somebody what I did to you, it ain't going nowhere. I mean, that's how bad it. You can go tell whoever you want about what happened to you, and they're gonna bring you right back to me by law. I own you. I mean, it was that bad. Luke, you need to check your facts. Luke is the one in the comments criticizing me. You said Luke needs to check his facts. You're just describing how how you would behave if you were a soldier. You're not describing anything historical or accurately. Luke, you do need to check your facts. I guess if you're saying that, he's saying that I'm just describing how I would behave if I was a soldier. And I'm not describing anything historical or accurately. I think you could just probably type in a search such as, U.S. soldiers in rape or something like that, or World War II. There's tons of stories on it. Yeah, you sound like you definitely ain't read a history book to make a statement like that. I think that's pretty well documented that happened. I'm surprised you would counter with that. You don't think that any American soldiers did that? I'm not even getting to the point of going in Vietnam and setting villages and shit on fire. I'm just talking about taking somebody's sexual innocence. I mean, we were murdering people that didn't deserve it. You really don't believe that happened, huh? You think I'm just making that up and got all my facts mishandled, huh? Really? All right. I really think that it wouldn't take much for you to look that up. But if you'd rather talk about the Great Compromise of 1876 or something like that, go for it. But the fact that you don't believe that happened and you're in the comments criticizing other people, whatever. Luke, I know plenty of women who is afraid and who also have been assaulted in the military. Yeah, and apparently it happens in the military too, but certainly if you just defeated a town that was against you. I mean, you don't went through a town. You've been taking fire or whatever from a small village or whatever, and you finally defeated all of the people in that. You don't defeated all the male opposition in that town. Oh yeah, people get plenty of get back. I mean, and there are cases where military superiors, just to improve morale, let the soldiers have their way with the women. I mean, they need some kind of way to relax. They don't been shot at for the last 6 months. Let them have a little fun. I mean, there's people that believe that. So yeah. Luke, I think you're criticizing for the sake of just doing it. Because you state that I would never claim that soldiers. I don't like. I think you're just being critical for the sake of doing it. So I'll leave it. I'll leave that alone. You're making all. Yeah. You're just being critical for the sake of doing it. Like I said, I don't mind you being critical. I don't mind you being critical. I read a bunch of your comments, but I think you're just doing it at this point for the sake of doing it. I think I want to make sure I got every comment there. American soldiers in Korea, Vietnam, and World War II. So yeah, just about every conflict we're involved in, there's people that do that. But you do hope that the superiors don't just let it happen, so that other soldiers know that if you get caught doing this, you're going to get court-martialed, you could be held accountable, you could go to jail. But if you just let them roam free, yeah, it's going to be crazy. It's going to be crazy. It's going to happen. And see the comments. Jason Frisk says, "You said you always want proof. Sure, you want me to show you proof that soldiers were violating women during war?" First of all, I don't know if the platforms would allow me to show you that, because it's all gonna be text. It ain't gonna be photos of it. It's gonna be, maybe some soldiers have been punished for doing it, but kind of like with slavery. How often do you hear that slave owners raped female slaves? If I had to show you proof that that happened, I wouldn't be able to present much to you. You're gonna tell me because I can't present proof that you don't believe that happened? Some things they deliberately keep from becoming evidence. I think the U.S. government would do a hell of a lot to limit any truth about what U.S. soldiers may have done to violate people from coming to light. There's going to be a very limited amount of proof that can come to you for that. Just like I said, I couldn't show you any proof that slave masters were violating, 12 and 13-year-olds and stuff like that. But I'm 1,000% sure it happened. 1,000% sure. Like I said, anytime a man can act without any accountability, this is the kind of shit that can happen, especially if you can buy people. If you need proof to believe that, that's a whole separate conversation. If you truly believe that if a man has no accountability, they're not likely to do this stuff, then that's a separate conversation. Luke don't want to think about his ancestors raping black women, his precious ears. Yeah, it could be some of that. I mean, where do you think all the light-skinned women came from during that era? I mean, that's a perfect example. Where do you think they all came from? If you're breeding slaves, they shouldn't be coming out light-skinned. So clearly something else is happening. Do you need evidence? You're looking at it. Where do you think all them light-skinned people came from? I guess you thought the Irish slaves came over and mated with them, huh? Maybe that's what it was. Maybe they let them mate with the Irish slaves. Oh, man, somebody need to take their ass to bed because they're juvenile. Luke, that's you. Yeah, Talisha, like I said, some people, this is also, too, why history can be told inaccurately. Because you got some Americans that refuse to admit the truth when it is beyond obvious. I mean, like for instance, what he is talking about. Well, I don't believe it. I mean, when you got some people who, and if he's allowed to write history, or if he's allowed to hold a government position where he can control what is accessible to children for reading materials and things like that in schools, or if he controls the censorship on websites and things like that, you're not going to get accurate information if somebody like that is in control. And there's plenty of people that throughout history that's been like him. He would be that type of person that would tell you stuff like slaves learned, there were benefits to being a slave, or really get deep into, black people were doing this, or bringing up the Irish slaves. This is how that happens from people like that. Jennifer Cheese, what was taken as sarcasm? All right, that's what you always say about Trump. Show me the proof. So where's the proof? I'm going to admit I can't present you proof that slave owners were raping slaves. There's no way I can show you proof of that, other than showing you a bunch of folks like Lena Horne and all these light folks that came from back in that era that were light-skinned. I mean, I can't show you proof that comes from an era where they didn't have cameras, The victim was not allowed to testify. Nobody gave a damn that the person was even a victim to begin with. How am I supposed to show you proof? I had somebody tell me something similar where they told me that the Atlantic slave trade was a lie. And they told me the same thing you said. Show me proof. Show me the manifest that there were ships coming from Africa over here. Show me where all the ships at. I had somebody ask me that. You're lying. They didn't have. He said they believed that most of the slaves came up through Mexico, but there was no Atlantic slave trade. Now, oddly enough, politically, most of the people that talk like this lean right. I don't know why, but most of the people who push back against history, particularly history of African Americans, they tend to lean right politically. I do not know why that is. But he started telling me, show me the manifest. I don't believe it. Where did all the ships go? And he started asking questions like, you realize that the slave owners, their families, did everything they could to hide the fact that their ancestors owned slaves? They don't go, you show me all of the families that own slaves. None of them. They don't want you to know that shit. So when you start with show me the manifest, they got rid of all of that stuff. He wanted me to show him the manifest and all of that of all the slaves that was brought over here. They didn't want that to be known. My black fiance brought her white fiance a Trump pin for Christmas that says typical Trump stuff. Does that make me part of the problem? I don't think voting for Trump makes you a problem at all. I don't care what color you are, even if you're black. There's legitimate reasons to vote for Trump. Economy, maybe you don't like the way Biden was portrayed on the world stage. Maybe you don't like the way, the fact that Biden is old and he looks old compared to Trump. There's a lot of legitimate reasons to pick Trump as a president over Biden, even if you're black. But that don't mean you ignore history and all this other shit. But no, you're not a problem if you vote for Trump. You just have a different political opinion than other people. I don't have a problem. Why do you think I say I'm MAGA friendly? I don't see everything about Trump as awful. I think some of the things he say are deliberately intended to trigger anger and controversy, but that's what he wants. That's what he gets. He would probably believe in the Bible, but we can only base the stories on what's on. Yeah, you want to talk about showing some proof of something. Most of the stuff in the Bible, there's no way to prove that stuff. People living to be hundreds of years old and turning into piles of salt and all of that. Yeah, there's no way to prove any of it. The overwhelming majority of that stuff, there's no way to prove any of that stuff. What does that says here? No, Tim, you are wrong. I do believe slaves were. I'm not talking. I don't know if I'm necessarily talking just you, Jason, but you says you're wrong. I do believe slaves were raped, but you, the proof monger, that's why I'm saying this to prove a point. Well, it's a big difference, though. When I tell you I can't prove Trump, I can't prove that slaves were raped during an era when they didn't have video cameras and they didn't even take video testimony at all, versus somebody during the Trump era saying something and saying they can't prove it. When iPhones are everywhere, there's all types of documentation and paperwork. Big difference. You're going to treat me the same talking about something that happened in the 17 or 1800s versus somebody talking about something now? Apples and oranges. Apples and oranges. You're talking about an era where everybody has a voice. There's a lot more equality and things like that. No, there's a whole lot of things that were deliberately put in place in America to guarantee you couldn't prove things back in the 17 and 1800s. That stuff, none of that stuff exists now. So no, that's why the proof theory or the proof setup is different. Mowgli says, read incidents in the life of a slave girl by a mulatto girl. And even that could be reduced to where that's just word of mouth. That's not exactly proof. That's somebody saying that this happened or whatever. And they would say that. I mean, there's no way to prove it. There is no way to prove it. There's not going to be any video. I can't show where it was convicted in a court of law by a jury because a woman being raped in the 1800s didn't even get the benefit of a trial. They didn't even try to pursue the rapist. So there's not going to be any way to prove it. The only thing I can ever be able to give you is word of mouth, because any actual proof would have been discarded. Even by the government, they wouldn't have taken it. There's no way to, I mean, the government was actively working to squelch proof. If you wrote it in a history book, they would make it so nobody could read the book. I mean, there's no way you're going to, I mean, you got the whole government working to prevent you from leaving proof behind. Some white people are just off. Shake my head, says Will. Yeah. I mean, I understand his point, though, because I do often ask for proof of what I'm talking about. But when I'm asking for proof, there are not all of these mechanisms in place to prevent the proof from being provided. Perfect example. Trump says that it was Nancy Pelosi's job on January 6th to provide the National Guard. I said, if that is the case, Trump had to tell his assistant to set that up with either Nancy Pelosi or Nancy Pelosi's assistant. I need, we're having a protest. We need 600 guardsmen. We're going to need, 20 Humvees, whatever, equipment, whatever you need. There's a record of that. There's going to be an email exchange, or there's going to be signature. You got to sign off on that. That's asking for proof for something like that took place in 2021 is a big difference than asking for proof that a slave was victimized in the late 1700s when slaves had no rights. Big difference. But I understand what he's trying to do. He's trying to say, well, you want proof, so, I get it, but yeah, that apples, I mean, I don't even know if it's apples and oranges. It's more like apples and something else that's not even a fruit. Look up the scramble for Africa in 1885 and then tell me if Africa owes reparations. Why would it? I don't even know why that would even be a topic. Who would Africa pay reparations to? Africa sent a lot of manpower to America, and America didn't send anything back to Africa. Why would Africa owe anybody reparations? They gave up a lot of their manpower. Some might say that if the slave trade didn't happen, Africa would be further along development-wise. They gave up a lot of their manpower, and we know that manpower came to America and did a lot in building this nation, from railroads to farms and all of that. Even the White House was built by slaves. If them folks had stayed in their own countries on Africa, that country could have been further ahead. Why would they owe reparations? I'd have to know why. Baby shark in the face, ZZ. Blacks are too damn humble considering what happened. Lack of education on some of that, Stanley. One of the things I push back on is the fact that blacks have adopted Christianity so well. When the I want to say colonists, or when the Europeans came to America and they had a beef against the British, they started chopping off all sorts of traditions of the British. That's why we still to this day do not drink tea like they do as often. We don't idolize the Queen like they do. Even when we first came, we stopped celebrating Christmas for the first 3 years. We didn't want shit to do with Mother England once we defeated them and broke apart. We started changing all sorts of traditions. We didn't start celebrating Christmas to several years after we finally picked it back up. And I'm using that example because I don't understand why when black people finally gained their freedom that they didn't separate from Christianity. I mean, you know that they forced this religion on your people. You know that they didn't do this with the best intentions. I'm surprised that once black people gained their freedom, we don't want nothing else to do with your religion. I mean, we know you didn't have our best intentions at heart. Even the God of this book is a white guy. I mean, I'm surprised they kept following that. I'm really surprised that they didn't like the English settlers separating from England. I'm surprised that blacks didn't do more in separating from them. I mean, because that's kind of how blacks became Christian. When they were brought over here, whatever religion they had was beaten out of them. You keep practicing that shit, we're going to hang you. You're going to learn to accept Jesus Christ as your savior. They beat it into them. Like, once you gain freedom, why would you keep following that? If this is the way to go, it should be in your heart. Nobody should have to beat it into you. So I'm really surprised they kept maintaining a stance on being pro-Christian. Black people had their own. That's what I'm saying. Black people had their own religion and their own name. Yeah, I think there's a PE song that says that. They lost their religion, their culture, and their God. Many of us, by the way we act, they even lost their mind. It's a Farrakhan quote on a Public Enemy album like that. But yeah, they took all that from you. So I'm really surprised that once black people gained freedom, that wasn't one of the first things they dropped. Is the religion that was forced upon them. If black people weren't horrible, if black people weren't humble, white people would be running for their lives. Now I think if black people were not humble, whites would have killed them. I don't think whites would be running for their lives. I think at the end of the day, black people are still outnumbered multiples to one. Most of the wealth and technology, weaponry, all of that is still in the hands of whites in America, even to this day. If black people started getting outrageous, I think they would. Think about January 6th. We talked about that earlier in the live stream. I think everybody admits that if black people had did the same thing that MAGA did on January 6th, they would have got slaughtered. They wouldn't have ran for their lives. They would have killed your ass. So I disagree with that. I think everybody admits that if black people had did what MAGA did on January 6th, there would have been a lot of Ashley Babbitts. There would have been LaQuisha Babbitts laying all over the place. LaQuishas and Leroy's laid out all over the place. And you would have Trump saying that the officer that took out LaQuisha Babbitt was 100% justified. Maybe even pulling out a pistol from under his jacket and saying, "He's lucky I wasn't there too." So I don't think they would run, though. What does that say? Ethiopia is the world's oldest Christian nation. Yeah, but how many? Was Ethiopia part of the slave trade at all? I don't think Ethiopia was. It was because I do my heritage. Ivory Coast, Ghana. It's Ethiopia. Where is Ethiopia? Ethiopia is like a landlocked country. They were grabbing shit off the coast. They weren't going in deep into the continent of Africa. Ethiopia didn't have nothing to do with it. So I don't know why you're bringing Ethiopia. Ethiopia, I don't think they had a lot to do with the transatlantic slave trade at all. I'm thinking Ethiopia is somewhere in the middle. I know it's landlocked. Let me see if I can. I'm just curious for shits and where's that country at in Africa? But I know like the Ivory Coast, and when you sail over to Africa, when you hit the shore of that continent, it's those countries that were losing people. They weren't going deep into Africa grabbing people like that. I mean, any black face will do, they always say y'all look alike, so we'll take what we can get our hands on. Yeah, Ethiopia's all the way on the other side. Yeah, they ain't doing shit with Ethiopia. Ethiopia is all the way on the other side. Yeah, when you look at where America is, you're going to hit Morocco, Western Sahara, Senegal, and all of that stuff. Ethiopia is all the way on the west coast of Africa. Ain't nobody coming from Ethiopia to the United States in that. Looking in the comments, Christianity was in Ethiopia and in Africa before Europe. Most slaves were already Christian or spiritualists. It was the Muslim. I've never heard that. Ed, if that could be history, I don't know. You could be educating me, but I've never heard that. You're saying Christianity was in Ethiopia and Africa before Europe. But was it in the areas where the slaves were being extracted from? The west coast of Africa, even the west coast. I'm trying to see what parts of Africa is closest to Europe, because that's where that shit's coming from. Yeah, if you want to say, you're saying it was in Ethiopia. It's just, Egypt, Libya, Tunisia, Algeria, the ones that are at the top of Africa are somewhat close to Europe, because that's where it's coming from. Ethiopia, well, the Middle East is where it's Israel and the Middle East is where it's coming from. Yeah, I can see some of that, because when you look at where the Middle East is, Israel and all that, but the east coast of Africa is nowhere near any of that stuff. And that's where they were snatching slaves from. But if you're educating me, I mean, it is what it is. I'm not going to deny what you're saying because I don't have enough knowledge to do that. You're saying Christianity was in Ethiopia and in Africa before Europe. Most slaves were already Christian. That's the part I'm questioning. You're saying that most slaves were already Christian or spiritualists. It was the Muslim Africans that wanted them gone. Well, first of all, when you say that most slaves were already Christian or spiritualists, most human beings are spiritual. Most human beings believe in some sort of higher authority. Muslim, Buddhist, Christian, you name it, they believe in something. Most human beings, most cultures believe that there's something else above us. So spiritualists, yes, but Christian, I have not heard that most slaves were already Christian. And you said it was the Muslim Africans that wanted them gone. Like I said, I can't disagree with you because I've not heard it. But and I look in the comments, Billy the Kid. Yeah, that's what I mean. You're right. You're right, Billy. Ethiopia is on the East Coast. The slave areas are on the west. I'm saying it backwards, but what I'm saying is that when the U.S. sailed to Africa to acquire slaves, they're going to hit the West Coast. That's what I should have said. They're going to hit the West Coast of Africa first. That's where they're snatching people at. The country of Ethiopia, you are correct, is on the eastern side of Africa. They're not going to go all the way through that continent to Ethiopia to grab people. And I'm guessing that it wasn't like Ethiopians were dragged all the way across that continent to hand over to the Atlantic slave trade. In fact, Ethiopia is only a country or two right off of what looks like the Indian Ocean. It's all the way on the other side. So Ethiopians are not part of the U.S. slave trade at all, that I would think. Muslims were enslaving Africans long before the. Yeah, I don't look all of that. We know that there is a slave trade outside of the U.S. slave trade, but I don't know why that comes up other than just to downplay what happened in this country. I mean, when we commemorate September 11th and what happened on that day, nobody brings up terror attacks in other countries to try to make it. Imagine commemorating September 11th. You see the sign saying "Never Forget." And all of a sudden having some Muslim jump in the conversation and start talking about, well, in Lebanon, this happened, or in Tiananmen Square, you would push him away. We're here to commemorate this event. I don't want to hear about other terrorist acts throughout history. I don't know why when you bring up the U.S. slave trade, all kinds of other shit comes up to essentially downplay what happened in this country. It's almost like talking about January 6th. You can't have a conversation about January 6th without somebody bringing up Black Lives Matter. We can talk about Black Lives Matter all damn day, and J6 virtually never comes up. I could go into a room full of black folks and talk about BLM all day long. They're going to stick to the police are mistreating black folks. And J6 ain't going to come up. But the minute you talk about J6, BLM is all over that shit. I just don't understand why, but you can't talk about J6 without BLM coming up. Look up, I can't, what that name, is that a Native American name or something like that? Will, let me see what you're talking about. Real quick, and the Muslims were, I saw the Muslim thing. But yeah, like I said, I know that the U.S. slave trade does not have a patent on slaves, on people taking human beings as slaves. I mean, that stuff happened all over the world. But that doesn't change the conversation when you're talking about U.S. history. Everything about U.S. history happened somewhere else too. But that ain't, that ain't normally how you talk. What are you saying here is a word that means unity and is used in the names of both the Ethiopian Orthodox Church and, okay, so you're saying the Ethiopians have their own church. I guess you're saying that that's Christian. Well, like I said, they weren't part of the slave trade. So I couldn't speak on that. Hey, Tim Lance, a liberal, good night. Yeah, appreciate that. I am going to take that into consideration. I do appreciate you folks tuning in as always. You guys are always critical of yours truly. I don't mind that. Sometimes I learn. Will G, Den Cal, a lot of you folks have taught me some shit. Ed G, certainly I appreciate you folks. But then, of course, I got folks like Luke that's in the comments just criticizing me for the sake of criticizing me. But Luke, you're always welcome on the program. It's your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. I got to get up and go to work in the morning like the rest of you hard-working Americans. Catch you guys tomorrow. And the same on my TikTok audience and YouTube horizontal. Take your ass to bed. See